and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto.
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Ran the table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Maximum! Come on! Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! 暴元手一 Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! 气贯长龙! My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Squirrel stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
Endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's
Beautiful.
a reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
that Eternal Bond healing at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Remzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Remzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's Pippin!
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace is, once again goes in, gets 1 pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking! Arrows! Gamma shield! Power smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Through my favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor!
applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hey guys, the sun's getting a little bit low at the end of this weekend and the end of week 1 of the Marvel Rivals Invitational, but we do have a great day of games to close out this Swiss stage part of the tournament. So, I mean, Moxie, for one, it's an absolute pleasure to be casting with you across the 3rd game now, I think. It's been a while, but how are you feeling today? In a word, find one word to show your anticipation, I suppose, for the games that we're going to be having today.
You know what? One word to show my anticipation. Fantastic. I'm feeling fantastic. There we go. It took 3 days, but we got one of the fantastic forward puns into a cast. But no, Ryan, I am feeling absolutely fantastic about today because we got to see some really big upsets and surprises coming through yesterday. None the least being the fact that Virtus Pro dropped a map. It has been 6 months since that team have dropped a map, but they have been shown gods will be able to bleed. But if you want to show your opponents that you have what it takes to be the absolute best dressed in the lobby, make sure to get your hands on this wonderful bundle. Punk Revolution begins. Unleash the chaos with Hulk's Punk Rage and Magic's Punk Child costumes. Whether you're smashing through the battlefield or bending reality to your will, these punk-inspired looks will make you stand out. These are going to be available from February 27th, so they're in the game right now. So make sure to join the rebellion, fight loud, and fight very boldly.
I mean, there's so many rock and roll puns I suppose we could make, really, but we know that they're in game now because I was ogling them up earlier, deciding if I wanted to, you know, cap off the first like debut casting of Marvel Rivals with a skin that comes out at the same time. But regardless, we still have plenty to go over today. And we have seen a lot of just Marvel Rivals esports tournaments happening over the past 6 weeks or so, as you've seen on the screen. But unlike Oceanic and Asian region, we actually do have 2 weeks worth of action. We're on day 3 out of day 6. Like I said, this is the last day of the Swiss stage, which I think comes with a lot of asterisks that we need to talk about when it comes to what the Swiss stage actually means, Moxie, in a little bit. But if you are left unsated, I suppose, by the end of next week when we crown our champion for EMEA Marvel Rivals Invitational, we still have that action happening in North America, which is always the clouded region, right? So I feel like EMEA is the best region, but NA is definitely going to have some fireworks going off. And certainly when it comes to a massive prize pool with 100k total, and this is in all 4 of the regions that we've seen play as well, EMEA have a lot to play for, and it's one of the reasons, Moxie, but I think we're seeing some of the most tenured organizations in esports turn up for the first time at this event.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see that so many of these organizations are already getting started in the Marvel Rivals esports scene, taking a look at, you know, a lot of the teams that have already been performing in some of those tournaments that, as you mentioned, we had the Marvel Rivals Championship all the way back in Season 0 coming on through, and a lot of the teams, in fact, every single team that had a podium finish there have been picked up by organizations. We've got Fnatic coming on through, we've got Luminosity, who picked up Team 1, we also got to see Yoinkanda getting grabbed up, we managed to also have Team Cats who are now Virtus Pro. And you can have a look and see how exactly the scoreline has been shaking out. And there have been a couple of really big surprises. Fnatic actually losing their first matchup up against Luminosity to a 2-1 was a big surprise coming on through. We actually got to talk to them after they managed to win against Ecstatic yesterday, and they said that they did what they had to do. They needed to have a firm 2-0 to re-inspire the confidence, and that confidence has been reawoken. As we can also have a look and see that Twisted Minds were able to find their first win against Dusty with a huge tempo pace-up change against a team that just got very overwhelmed on one of their comfort maps of Spider Islands. They just weren't really able to deal with all of the angles when Twisted Minds decided to get a little bit aggressive. In the esports scene, we sort of call running up against the Twisted Minds roster a little bit of the sanity check, because they are just going to push you to the absolute brink. Some teams can take it, and some teams have to go through that initiation process, and that is one that Dusty is now very familiar with.
Oh, for sure. And like you also saw, like the schedule for today, it basically works out as we start with the 2 teams that are 0-2, unfortunately, then 2 teams that are 1-1, ending on the likes of LG and Virtus Pro that are both 2-0 in this Swiss stage. But I do want to keep saying this. I hope that the other casters, like you say, the same things. No teams are getting eliminated this week. There are 8 teams in this tournament. We're not narrowing it down to 4. All 8 will be present at least for Friday next week. It is just a case of who's going to be in the upper bracket and who's going to be in the losers bracket straight off the rip. So here, like the first game, we have the 2-0-2 teams, which we'll talk about very shortly. It's not as if they're getting booted if they lose these games. It's just that they're definitely going to have to start in the losers bracket, which doesn't give them many opportunities for mistakes next week, does it, Moxie?
Yeah, but it is really good experience. You know, we know that Virtus Pro haven't actually been scrimming European teams, which is a strategy that they themselves have actually confessed to, so that they don't reveal a lot of what they like having in terms of those compositions or their weaknesses. But now that we're actually seeing them in these plays, the other teams are getting the opportunity to go through those matches and figure out what is working for this team and what isn't working for this team. Because as we talked about, Virtus Pro finally dropped a map, and it was off of the pick of the Groot when they matched up against PEPS. So now if you're going up against VP heading into the next week, when there's a little bit of time for the dust to be able to settle, and the coaches and analysts, you know, the stuff that we don't get to see from these teams who aren't actually playing but are still very much involved in the winning process, have a lot of time to be able to sink their teeth into those VODs and figure out a strategy when we head into the second weekend.
Yeah, I think strategy is a big one. Like you mentioned, we have teams just actively avoiding EMEA to scrim in different places. And the one thing that we have seen is just how teams are adjusting to the meta, right? It was last week we saw in the Asian tournament the first introduction of the Thing, the Human Torch, and obviously a lot of balance changes that came out in this mid-season update. But at the same time, there's a lot of teams that want to play their way. We saw the likes of LG struggling on that first map against Fnatic, realizing this isn't the way that they want to play the game, changed over to their style of play, which was very different, and ended up reverse sweeping Fnatic, like you mentioned, Moxie. So it does feel very like there's certain characters that are really strong right now. Luna Snow Loki, support-wise, feels like it's the best in slot currently. But once you have those saves in those bans, you can start to manipulate it in directions that you want. For example, everyone won Crook saying that Mantis is really underrated and that people should be maybe looking to pick them up more. And I'm excited to see, after there's so many reps, so many official games, and so much VOD for teams to watch, what they're going to get out of it in time for next week.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a lot of compositions to choose from. Like you said, that Mantis being really underrated, but coming alongside things like the Adam Warlock and the Star-Lord, so that you have the almost infinite reses where you can basically force the enemy team into having to burn a lot of their resources in the first stage of the fight, and then once they're down all of those resources, still have those cocoons to come back into the fight anew. And that was actually something that we got to see when LG and OG matched up yesterday on Symbiotic Surface. But something else that we're going to be able to see is a new face coming along and joining us on the desk. I do believe today we have the pleasure of being joined by Boga. Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you guys. How are you guys doing?
Lovely to meet you. Doing very, very well. Hoping that we see some close matches. And speaking about that, what in your opinion do you think is going to be the match to watch for today?
The match to watch for today will probably be, let me just double check. Not to make any mistakes. I think probably the best match of today will be either the VP match or the Fnatic match versus Twisted Minds.
So can you maybe give a little bit more in depth for that reasoning? Is there a specific reason that you want to see, you know, Twisted Minds versus Fnatic?
Twisted Minds have a very interesting composition in players, so some people can't really play against that. So I'm curious to see how Fnatic is going to perform against them. And I just like watching Virtus Pro. And honestly, if I have to be honest here, I also want to see how PEPS will perform versus OG, because they did take a map versus Virtus Pro yesterday.
I think, so one question I got instantly, knowing that you played in previous tournaments with somebody called Lightbringer, Senken, I asked him, knowing him, if he had any questions for you. And he's wondering when you're going to make the swap with Necros when it comes to your roles, whether you're going to be on the Spider-Man very soon, for example. Is that going to be something we see in Season 2, for example?
That would be a fun stream for sure. I think me on Spider-Man and him on Doctor Strange, and we just run it down. That'll be fun. And maybe Season 2, maybe it's time for me to learn Spider-Man, prove to him how easy the character is.
Speaking about that Spider-Man, there have been rumblings about a Leaf potentially picking up the Spider-Man into some of these games. Is there a specific reason that you think he's sort of like not really picked up in the current meta? Is it just that things like the Storm and the Hela are that much stronger?
I think Spider-Man is very situational. You need the correct map, you need the correct team comp to play around him. And it's very rare that you actually see somebody that is good enough on Spider-Man to pull it off consistently. I think it's way easier to just play Hela or Storm, and you get value all the time, and you don't need to get even close to them, so you can just shoot them from afar while providing value to your team passively. So, I don't know, it's kind of rough. And second of all, I think Spider-Man gets easily countered, especially now with the Think. He's pretty solid, and he can just slam on the ground, and Spider-Man, once he engages, he can't leave. And that really screws over any strategy you had. And overall, the Thing is a pretty big counter to any character like Spider-Man. And the second character that really counters Spider-Man is Namor. So unless the enemy team or the team that wants to play Spider-Man actually bans Namor or Luna, you can't play Spider-Man.
I think, as you know, a Vanguard player as well that has played in tournaments like this in the past, with this patch that you've obviously played a lot and you've sort of checked it, I've seen you check in on the stream, see what was banned, what people are doing. What's been like the biggest surprise for you when it comes to the Vanguards, like in this current meta, the characters that you thought were going to be insane that aren't as much, or some characters that were just overlooked that people should be picking up a lot more?
I'm not too surprised about the tanks that are picked. I think Strange is still being picked, Magneto is still being picked, the Thing is being picked. And overall, I don't think there's any big surprises. It's just what I expected, to be honest. I think Hulk is a little bit weaker. I haven't watched every match, but has anyone played Hulk?
No, we haven't really got to see him all that much in the EMEA region. Yeah,
I think the Gamma nerf overall has really hurt him, and the Strange nerf, and overall there's just like better options than playing Hulk right now. So I do think he's a lot better than people give him credit. Maybe there's no really strong Hulk players right now.
Yeah. Part of it could also be the fact that EMEA likes to gravitate towards the Venom over the Hulk. But speaking about some of what we've been seeing, I believe we're going to be seeing some of these team rosters coming on through. And can't wait to actually get to pick your brain about this one, Bogus. So we're going to be looking immediately at Luminosity Gaming. This is Team 1, rather, who got picked up by this organization. Who's really been a staple pick of this team, in your opinion, Bogo? Who have you got your eye on the most?
I think Sestroid is really solid. Like I've played with him. I've played against him in ranked. I know he's really good on Hela. I know Level 1 Krug is really good on support. And I know that Trust Me, I know how to pronounce his name, is also a pretty decent tank. So out of these are probably the players that I see the most and I know about the most. Obviously, I know Naga as well. But as I said before, I personally haven't seen him play Marvel Rivals, so I don't know how well he's performing. I haven't seen him in ranked, but I do know him from Overwatch, and he was a pretty good player there.
Yeah, he is indeed a little bit of a later addition coming into the Marvel Rivals scene, but already making quite a big splash, as is OG Esports, our next team up.
Yeah, Tanuki is a menace. He is a menace. We always ban Panther against him when we play ranked. He isn't a Panther one trick, so that is quite good. He's quite flexible, so definitely looking out for him and his gameplay. And I know Etsu as well, because we also always permaban Psylocke when we play against him. So the DPS lineup, I think, is quite strong.
Sure. I also like that with some of these teams too, you know, with your time with Schmungus, did you guys ever actually like scrim that much, or did you kind of just
we didn't
free ball it?
We just played.
Never.
Just played.
But you know these guys obviously from either like previous games or from playing against them in ranked. I think for teams like Dusty, there's not as many well-known players from like
I'll
you mentioned.
Honest.
There's nobody here you recognize.
I don't recognize them, no.
Okay, big up Milk Boy then. This man is such a good Magneto. His ultimates, his meteor arms have been so clean.
Nice. Good. I mean, Magneto seems simple, but there's a lot to learn at him. There's a lot of positioning, a lot of aiming. His ult, like a good Magneto landing his ultimates consistently, it really shows that they're good at the character.
Can you give a sort of tip then to potentially our audience if they do want to be able to land those meteor arms on Mag?
A lot of people don't realize that Magneto doesn't only do more damage with his ultimate based on the damage he absorbs, but also just holding the ultimate. So if you hold it to the max until it like basically expires, you're gonna do way more damage than throwing it at the beginning. A lot of people assume that it's just the damage you take.
For Twisted Minds, is there anybody here that like really stands out? Because again, like you've got organizations that have been around in these games too. Like, which kind of players do you feel here, if there is anybody that you recognize are worth highlighting for Twisted Minds?
Obviously, I recognize many of them. Kaiser, he is a pretty good Squirrel Girl player. Obviously, I think they always ban Squirrel Girl against him. Kaya is very flexible on tank, so I've played against him and with him a few times. Team captain, obviously, the Wolverine menace, but he's also pretty flexible. And Isaac, honestly, I think Isaac plays every role. I have seen him on everything and anything in ranked at this point. So they're pretty flexible, even though people might assume that they're one-trick ponies. And by that, I mean they play one hero, but I think they're pretty flexible, which might catch people off guard.
So in your experience as well, because Kai used to be a DPS player, how do you think he's been adjusting to that Vanguard role?
Pretty well. Some people adjust roles in games, and sometimes when they adjust the role, it's actually better for them and they play better and they reach new heights. So maybe he's just a natural, at tanking. So, maybe he is the best Vanguard player. Maybe DPS was holding him back.
Yeah, moving on now to look at Ecstatic, a team that really do like to play things like the Groot, which unfortunately Fnatic mind gamed them out of being able to play. Every single time they burned that protection slot on something else, and poor Ducky One's signature hero got taken off of the board. Why do you think EMEA has gravitated to Groot as a Vanguard when we haven't really seen him being picked up by all that many other regions?
I think Groot is really good. I think he's also really annoying. He counters the thing a lot if people want to play him. And I think a good Groot can really carry the fight and carry the team by just landing good walls, landing good ultimates. And honestly, he does so much damage. So unless you play around that, or you play around the walls or try to break the walls, I think the Groot can take over the game pretty easily.
Oh, for sure. There's also a couple of teams here as well that are like full nationality. Like, I think it's mostly full French teams, right, Moxie? Or French speaking at least. Like,
so
Boga, it's like a
French and Icelandic are the two full teams that we've got.
That's it, yeah. So Boga is like a non-native English speaker who's boundless English. Like, do you think that kind of thing matters that much? Obviously, you've again played in hero shooters for a while on European teams that are more likely to speak English. I imagine Schmungus was at the very least. How much of a buff do you think it is that everybody is just able to speak French or Icelandic in calling?
I think for the French team, in this case, a lot of them have already played together previously in teams and have a lot of synergy together. And I guess calling out in their native language will be easier because to be honest, not everybody has the best English, so it's way more natural and way more comfortable to speak in French in their example for Team PEPS. So I think it could give them an advantage, but in my experience from playing against French teams, because I've played, in professional settings before, and I faced many French teams, they always have really good coordination, either because they all speak the same language or because of something else, I don't know. But I think this is one of the reasons why Team PEPS even took a map yesterday against the undefeatable teams. They just played really well together. So it is scary, and a lot of people usually think, look at the players and think they're not that good, but it's just about team play, and it's a team-based game. So if the team play is up there, you don't really need to have the craziest mechanics to win.
Yeah, one person who does have crazy good mechanics coming through for Fnatic's team is LimePro. This invisible women player is so good, and Fnatic have recognized this because a lot of the time when we do see the picks and bans, they actually protect the strategist. So LimePro normally a lot of the time does manage to land on his signature hero and absolutely carries some of these fights.
Yeah, LimePro, I've known him for a while. He's not only good mechanically, but he's a really strong shot caller. And I wouldn't be surprised if he is the main shot caller of Fnatic, and he makes up most of the plans, because when we play, he's constantly talking, constantly making up plans. And that's really important in a team setting.
Yeah, that actually goes straight along the line of what Networks was saying in the winning interview yesterday. LimePro is indeed contributing a major factor to those shot calls. But now we're going to be looking at Team PEPS. Returning back to your statement of being able to talk in their native language, we see a lot of clutch situations coming on through for PEPS at the very last possible minute. And a lot of the time, it's off of the shoulders of Hardest coming on through with Kraken impacts on this Winter Soldier. In fact, twice now, he's been the reason that Team PEPS have been able to walk away with wins in overtime on Spider Islands, once against Dusty and then up against Virtus.pro yesterday. So an absolute stellar duelist that you really have to keep your eye on.
Yeah, I've actually played in the team with him, and he's very consistent. I think there's a big difference between being really consistent and just doing your job and clutching up when it matters, and just being a really flashy player that sometimes plays well. I think Hardest is just a really consistent player, and you can always rely on him doing his job.
Mr. Consistent for the longest time, really. I guess really when it comes down to you mentioned something about it's a team game naturally. There's not too much focus on how much damage you're doing and stuff. This might be a bit of a leading question, but what role do you think is the most unappreciated, that you could just look at the stats and maybe assume that this person's not pulling their weight, but in reality, they're actually doing a lot of work?
Well, obviously, I'm going to say tank. I think for tank, sometimes you might have really bad stats, but it doesn't mean you're doing badly. For example, if you're playing Hulk or the Thing, you don't need to have big stats to get value. It's really hard to showcase what you're doing. But for example, if you're playing the Thing and you're shutting down the enemy flankers or dive composition just by landing your shift or your little charge in the correct spot at the correct time, you provide so much value to your team that maybe you don't get the kills, but your team does, and it saves your backline from dying every single fight. So in that sense, I think it is very easy to look at the tanks, look at their stats, and say they're not doing much compared to 40 kills Hela or 30 kills on Psylocke. But the tanks do so much, and it's very important to have a strong front line.
Yeah, before we move on, you've been in a team environment before, and actually it was really interesting that Virtus.pro, after they dropped a map yesterday, said that there was a little bit of relief coming through from their side because they'd actually been able to drop it so soon and they could now focus on the matches ahead of them. Would you prefer to continue a golden stage, or would that relief of dropping a map and not having to worry about preserving that actually be a huge weight off your shoulders?
Dropping maps does not matter as long as you win the match. It's so, at the end of the day, being so stressed to never drop a match puts a lot of pressure on your teammates and on the captain and everybody else. That it might make you play worse because you just can't, you can't let go. You can't actually think outside of the box a little bit because you're so stressed you make a mistake. But allowing yourself to make mistakes now and allowing yourself to actually do something more unique is going to be way easier because they dropped the map and they don't have that pressure to have a perfect score.
Yeah, well, talking about scores, let's have a look and see what exactly everyone has predicted for those scores, starting on off with our first game of the day. Who thinks that it's going to be a Dusty win? Just me! Oh, no, wait, I'm joined by Ryan.
No.
So, Boga,
I'm
can
still
you
with you.
explain why you think that Dusty aren't going to be able to take the W?
You have to sometimes appreciate the underdog, right? So I believe in Ecstatic they can pull it off. I think you don't give them enough credit. Maybe, maybe they really lock in here, as some might say.
I do give them enough credit to take one map. I did not go for the 2 and 0 like Mr. Ryan Central has done. But looking then at our second one, I think we're all predicting that this one is going to be a free mapper. But the winner is going to be slightly different for everybody to come on through. I'm not going against the team that took a map off of Virtus Pro. And Boga, I assume you're going along that same line of thinking for your prediction too.
Yeah, I think Team PEPS showed that they can really, clutch up and get some really important wins in the sense that when it matters, they can actually pull through and win. And their teamwork is quite stellar. So some might even say it's quite fantastic. So I believe they can win against OG.
Moving very swiftly on from the pun that already got made earlier today. We're going to be taking
You've gone Twisted Minds on this one? Sorry,
yeah, I put Twisted Minds. I put Twisted Minds. They're a team that you have to adapt to very, very quickly. And Fnatic in the past have shown that they're a little bit vulnerable to a lot of aggression coming on through. They weren't really able to play into things like the Adam Warlock revive strategy where there was just so much front-loaded damage. And looking at how Twisted Minds played yesterday, they're going to keep that damage coming. So it's going to be sink or swim for Fnatic in my opinion.
For me personally, I kind of feel like they've got that kind of the jitters out. They've lost the series. They've got nervous because it's the first time they're playing Fnatic. Here, I'm definitely going against the grain on this one, at least going for Luminosity over Virtus Pro. I mean, I guess that's the question because again, you've been in these tournaments against Virtus Pro, Boga. Are they the real deal? Do you think that this is like a dynasty team? It's ridiculous to talk about dynasty teams at this point in the game, but there just doesn't seem any stopping Virtus Pro at the moment, right?
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro wins here, I'll be honest. Might be a 2-1, might be a 2-0, but Virtus Pro are really good. I've played against them a few times, and they know the game. They really understand the game, and they understand the macro and the micro, and they understand everything, and they have really good team play, and they've played together for a long time. They've played together since the beta, so I think I placed my bets on them.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on the Desk, Boga. It's been an absolute pleasure being able to have you aboard. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and hopefully those predictions will be coming true.
Thank you for inviting me, and it was a pleasure. Good luck casting, and have fun.
Thank you so much. Well, Ryan, we're going to have to wait a bit to see if you're going to be correct with that match number 4, but we're going to be kicking things off with match number 1 very, very shortly. And I really hope that we do get some long series today. Maybe Dusty will be able to pick up that first win of the day, but something else that is going to be going on throughout this rest of the day is our watch parties, so you can be following along with all of the action over on Venta's, Japanese Curry, and Dabby's Twitch channels that are going down right now. So looking now at match number 1, Dusty versus Ecstatic. What do we have in store for us today?
So, yeah, it's the teams, unfortunately, that are both 0 and 2 out of their groups. You got to say in some elements of it, right? They're like Ecstatic, they've run into OG, who kind of ran straight through them in that first game. And again, it was the first game in a tournament, so maybe jitters from them. And then they played against Fnatic. So it's like OG, Fnatic are your opponents going 0 and 2. That's always a bit of a rough showing. But Dusty, it did feel like they had some like close games, especially against Team PEPS. It could have definitely gone to a free mapper. And Team PEPS just having absurdly good defenses on Spider Islands, keeping them in that one in particular. But I don't know. I feel like for both these teams, you don't really have any players that were on hero shooters from before that are super experienced. You've got a lot of relatively new names or people that Boga doesn't recognize, which I think kind of speaks for itself to an extent, because you're not even seeing them in necessarily those high ranked games unless they're on like different named accounts, I guess. But it is more of a case now of, okay, both teams have actually got a couple of games under their belt. It's a serious tournament that they want to do their best on. This game isn't an elimination one, so there isn't that much pressure, but it's still, you don't want to be the team that's lost every single game during this Swiss stage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always going to be haunting your narrative, if so. But definitely for both of these teams, we might be seeing something a little bit interesting. The last time that we got to see Dusty, Milkboy wasn't actually getting to play that Magneto. He had to flex on over, so we didn't get to see his incredibly effective and strategist ultimate shutting down Meteor Arms coming on through. So hopefully they're going to be able to put him back onto that hero. Maybe we get to see a little bit of the Magneto Venom come through with a little bit of the dive. It wasn't all that popular in Asia. They like to run the Hulk, which is why Bogo was like, oh, have we seen a lot of Hulk come through in the EMEA region? It definitely feels like NA and EU have landed on a preference for the Venom over the Hulk just because of the versatility of the hero, the ease of being able to get in and out of those fights, and especially if there is something like a Wolverine in the lobby, which we're still seeing in this region a whole chunk of. You've got that shield, you can immediately hit your E and survive all of that damage coming up on the follow-up of that Feral Leap.
Yeah, but for now, Dusty versus Ecstatic, both these teams just wanting to get a win on the board, maybe even avoid being sent straight to that losers bracket next week. And we start off on Symbiotic Surface, a common first map that the map generator, I suppose, has given us. But it's also a map that I guess Ecstatic have some experience on. They, again, got ran down by OG a little bit and deciding to take out the Namor, and then Loki coming in from the side of Dusty.
Yeah, potentially dive then, especially with the protection coming in through on that Magneto. Vanguard going to be protected from the side of Dusty. With Namor and Loki both out of the mix, it looks like Ecstatic are actually going to want to try and run the Hela. I think they're trying to figure out whether or not there's going to be a storm coming through on that duelist role, and Hela being one of the best things at being able to shut that down. Wolverine Ban is also going to be able to come in through from the side of Ecstatic, making the Vanguard's jobs just a little bit easier, especially if it's going to be that double shield potentially with the Magneto and Strange still up for grabs. What's not up for grabs though is that storm, so it looks like we're actually going to be able to see a mirror Hela 1 versus 1 come on through. And another thing that is now potentially up on that grab is that Groot pick, with the Wolverine being gone, as Groot is the Vanguard that suffers the most if being grabbed out of position by a Wolverine.
Yeah, and we've also got some players been swapped in and out as well. Like 424 going to be in. I think yesterday it was Frankie, so yes. Frankie's going to be sitting out for this one. And then also you've got Newton that came in for Ducky, who played yesterday. Granted, like, I think Newton and Ducky alternate days, so we saw Newton day 1 and day 3. But yeah, so he's got experience on this map at the very least. He's more of, I guess, like a damage-centric player, obviously, because he's going to be the one on the Hela. And Lucia, which I think was more of the DPS-centric player for Ecstatic, moving over to almost off-tank with the Thor.
Yeah, he does typically play things like the Wolverine. Something else that Newton has played in the past on Symbiotic Surface is the Hawkeye. So we might potentially get to see that one coming on through. However, we do know what the defense is going to be coming in out with, given the fact that they're already walked out of spawn and on to that point. So Crizzy is going to be on that Bucky, trying to set up that Kraken impact to absolutely bankrupt the Strategist ultimate charges. CMD and ILO both going to be opting for the Luna and the Sue, given the fact that Loki is off the cards. So Among on that Psylocke could very well be the cat amongst the pigeons if that defense does not match to spot out where that duelist is going to be popping on up.
It seems that's where they're sort of trying to keep an eye on. Psylocke's going to be sort of shooting in the backside to try and pull his attention away, but the attackers of Ecstatic have their position given up for the most part, and it really does feel that 424 is trying to burn the wick at both ends with these walls, trying to block away some of this gank potential. Magneto's had to pull away from the pack on the defense, who have been relatively passive, but at this point, Ecstatic haven't pushed up.
Yeah, the squishies, because both the Vanguards were having to pivot and turn their heads to that Psylocke, everyone from the attack just presses green light go and walks on all of the unguarded backline. Already coming in through the first elimination. It's not onto a squishy, it's actually onto the Groot, onto one of the Vanguards. So anchor potential now removed. Newton And on the off angle, gets the Guardian Shield from the Sue as well to poke holes into Orion. And that's going to be Lugia with the mag bubble, just getting aggressive. For absolutely was to use that force.
Yeah, Dusty, it just felt a little bit like they were lost. One player had to give up the point completely, but then being staggered after the fact means that a lot of these ultimates for Ecstatic are now farmed up at a good point. Dance of the Butterfly is available. Fate of Both Worlds pretty much on the precipice. It's just stuff like Lugia that doesn't necessarily have that God of Thunder, but in this sort of tight choke, it's going to be nice, but it is going to be nicer as these sort of big ultimates get used out. CMD at least having it on the defense, that's a great pick to at least open things up for Dusty.
Yeah, we're gonna get the solo culti coming on through. However, 424 able to mitigate a lot of those dash damages with the Groot Walls, forcing the solo to expend one of those dashes to adjust the hitbox into a targetable position instead of finding the damage. And off of the back of that one, the defense should be able to hold some of this space back, especially if they can potentially find this pick on the isolated four. They're looking for the hit onto Lugia. They're not able to find it. The 4-4's Groot Walls are making it really hard for Ecstatic to find their footing into this approach. Goddess of Death has to be invested, and it's actually Gainer who's going to go on through with that Meteor M. They didn't have the Strange. They couldn't block it, but they could use the Magneto ultimate to absorb the damage. Speaking about absorbing, that Fate of Both Worlds is going to be absorbing all of the follow-up damage from 44 Strangling Prison. The 4 brings the hammer down, but God of Thunder does not shine on Lugia today. However, off of just the base abilities, Ecstatic are finding all of the eliminations, and after so many exchanges of ultimates, finally the attackers will be able to see it through.
The big thing was CMD going down right at the start of that fight, having the Fate of Both Worlds, so that big defensive ultimate wasn't available for Dusty. And I don't think there's really going to be a contest allowed either towards the second point. Actually, no. The Strange Portal is allowed sort of the back cap to try and protect it with 2 meters left. And now you do have that Fate of Both Worlds that wasn't present in that last fight. Just keeping things going for the time being. Another Dance of the Butterflies, which opened up the last engagement, is going to be used in the middle of this one, right after the Fate of Both Worlds, and takes out both the supports on the side of Dusty. They did well to at least have another contest and force out some ultimates, but this payload has been trucking along quickly, Moxie.
Yeah, and it was Crizzy who actually had to swap to the Vanguard to open up that portal, and that was why Dusty, like, even though they had 3 Vanguards, which was a lot of stall potential, they didn't have a lot of burst damage. So Among was just able to scout out where the squishies would be, see that the Hela and the Luna were both positioned very, very close to each other, and just melt them down once that Guardian Shield had been removed. Newton now going to be removing the head of Orion, and this is Ecstatic moving forward absolutely unimpeded right now, as there is a Hela completely uncontested. Crizzy hasn't been able to get a single Kraken impact off.
I mean, not surprised with this harassment that's been coming in from Among consistently. At least the Hellas are finding picks, and the main reason why these fights start in the first place is they're just prodding to get some of these ultimates online. God of Thunder not quite used or available just yet, but Lugia finding those picks means that this is still trucking in that direction for Ecstatic. Goddess of Death and Fate of Both Worlds both used to just keep these fights cleared up. And it's namely those eliminations that have come onto players from Dusty are onto players that have their ultimates in hand that haven't had a chance to use them, and they just keep getting staggered.
Yeah, Among's able to find the pick onto CMDs. Now it's just ILO who's going to be alive for the defense on the side of the Strategist. Crizzy does have Kraken impact, and the fact that Terror burned that Fate of Both Worlds early so that Ecstatic could continue that forward momentum is potentially going to find the pain now, but it's going to not be finding anything. Oh, the Bucky was too high in the air on the activation of the ultimate to be counted as contesting that card. And off of the back of that invisible boundary, everybody is just going to be seeing that payload all the way through to the very finish. A absolute blistering pace as well, when you consider how Symbiotic Surface normally pans on out. It's a little bit of a seesaw of balance when it comes to which team is in the driving seat, right? The attacking team tend to snowball B from A pretty quickly if they can find some late staggers and take away the high ground from the defense. But then things slow to a screeching, sometimes permanent halt when we head into C. But Ecstatic able to tip the momentum using those ultimates aggressively, just not allowing Dusty any position to find their footing. And it was just the way that we saw previously when Dusty matched up against Twisted Minds.
3 minutes in the bank still for Ecstatic after a good attacking side. They were on the other receiving end of something similar from OG on day one, so it's nice to see that they have that ability, especially because they got stalled on the first point. But only 4 eliminations, 4 deaths actually, just happening onto Ecstatic throughout that. Just Among and Newton going down, everybody else looking, I mean, I don't know if the maths necessarily adds up there, but regardless, not a lot of eliminations for the Dusty team. Now on attack, they're going for the group themselves, 4-2-4. Pulled apart a little bit on this first point. Maybe wants to try and do something similar, but from the outlines, at least it's looking like all 6 players are going to be heading towards the site as a pack, not necessarily trying to gank and get in behind.
You can see as well that Ecstatic have figured out the weaknesses of Dusty, take off angles against this team, and just aggressively run them down. That's exactly what they're trying to do, setting up this pinch. Good grapple comes on through from Crizzy with that bionic hook onto the Magneto, but the bubble and the curtain is going to keep Gainer up temporarily. He is going to fall now, and the fight will break out onto that point. It's going to be an aggressive bubble invested from the side of Milk Boy to get all of those rings charged on up for that right click to hit home. And now he gets to push aggressively into that Hell's position. Has to make sure that he doesn't fight off too much more than he can chew. As 44 comes on through with the clutch walls to block the Hell's angle on.
All right, okay. It seems that Dusty are able to not only do something similar, but maybe do it better time-wise. This is a good last-minute stall, but the picks are still going Dusty's way. Just that opening, a good bionic arm to pull the tanks out of position and mow them down together. It was a set strategy for Dusty. It wasn't particularly complicated in how it worked, but just finding those picks. You mentioned it, Moxie, of just like Ecstatic wanted to run them down a little bit. Maybe they were pulled out of position and didn't really account for what Crizzy could maybe do on that Winter Soldier.
Especially when you're Mag into Bucky, it's not the same as the Strange, right? Mag is beholden to a cooldown of 3 seconds on that curtain, which makes it a lot easier for those hooks to be able to land. Orion is going to be paused in motion for a little bit off of that Absolute Zero coming on through. Goddess of Death is going to be blanketed nicely. No damage going to be sticking through the invisibility boundary, but that is one strategist ultimate that is going to be forced, potentially paving the way for Among to come on through with a late Dance of the Butterflies, if they even need it, because all of the picks are currently coming up into Ecstatic's favor. And okay, Terra, we're going for an aggressive Fate of Bofors that could potentially halt this defense, because Crizzy and Orion are both about to hit potential team wiping ultimates.
Yeah, Gainer's just been really dedicated to the fall, like outside of a couple of like attempted stalls in overtime. We've really not seen that character played in comparison to like other Brawl options. Even the Thing, just Brawl Vanguards have not really been that prevalent so far with all of this dive and all of these shields.
They haven't checked the Psylocke. They don't know the Psylocke's on the right side, and they're all about to get pushed into this ultimate by Gainer on the Magneto. Wait, no, the jig is up! I don't know, the symbiotic wall almost keeps the Psylocke stuck down. A Mag Bubble will be able to peel and keep the duelist alive. The win condition is still very much in play, but CMD has been able to come on through with a Fate of both worlds to ignore all of that damage.
Meteor M's going to be used. It's held in hand to try to catch somebody with all of these stacks of people grouped up, able to get Crizzy. Winter Soldier not going to be participating so far, just after using Kraken's Impact, I think at the same time too, or just switching away. Gainer's finding so much success in Lugia when he's been able to play over on something like a 4. This is the perfect position to be in. You could just swing that Hara and just mow everything down. Ecstatic yet again taking control of the objective, holding things down. And I like at least Dusty trying to use the map to sliver into certain positions, but it just feels like Ecstatic want to take those fights in tight constraints.
Yeah, and that's exactly like you said, Weatherfall wants to be able to play up close in your face, aggressively swinging away in that awakened state, instead of being poked down afar in terms of that poke potential that is available for Crizzy and Orion. And it's surprising that, you know, Dusty aren't really trying to play into that, because when they do, you can see the impact that it finds. Gainer having to take a massive step backwards, and Dusty off of the threat alone that they're able to output onto that Magneto, gaining so much space back.
And Terra dodging the Meteor M that was coming in from Dusty. He's had the Fate of both worlds, now is going to seek to use it. There is another Dance of the Butterfly just on board for Among, and the God of Thunder. Lots of ultimates now that we're looking at just 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock to clear up this team fight. It did look a little bit as if the Static could have been caught out there to begin with. Gainer dropped to the low ground, got burst down, was pretty much down to like 100 HP. And this fight is still not necessarily done and dusted. It is a 3 versus 4 on the point. Now it's going to be reset, but at least a couple of kills coming in the direction of Dusty, forcing out a lot of big ultimates that aren't necessarily going to be available in this next fight.
Yeah, Fate of both worlds missing. Invis Boundary potentially AWOL as well. Crizzy has to be able to absolutely race this through to be able to hit the ultimate. Kraken Impact needs to come through before Invis Boundary because there's no Loki, there's no resets to keep your ultimate going until Invis Boundary has burned out. Dusty yet again trying to find that poke opening that they found previously, but this is allowing Crizzy to get really, really close to that Kraken. However, it is also allowing the defense to battery for Whiny, and Invis Boundary is going to be on board before the Bucky hits his.
424 is just holding on for dear life with all of this onslaught. Invisible Boundary again for Winnie is just been put into place. There's been a lot of really well-timed ultimates from Ecstatic. They've had these big support ultimates for like 5-10 seconds before they've decided to use them, but there is still a bit of pushback now. Ecstatic forced into a difficult position, and Kraken's impact is only going to complicate things further. Fate of both worlds allowing the push up, maybe allowing a bit of a damage boost as well to get some of these eliminations through all of the action that's going on. Meteor M from Gainer used, not finding much, but 424, we saw his perspective at the start of this fight, kind of getting punched around a little bit more. He's the one that's looking to be able to cap this for Dusty, but in a much worse time than what we saw from Ecstatic.
There is going to be a recontest attempt though. Among swaps on over to that Strange to open the portal up. They pile on through. Fate of both worlds is going to keep everybody sustained. Ilo has to go for the Invis Boundary. Can Milkboy come through with the shutdown? Yes, he absolutely can. Meteor M catches Whiny just outside of the spawn. Fate of both worlds is still going to be continuing though, and it's only now that Dusty are going to be able to find their footing in terms of the damage output. 424, an absolute iron wall on this grid anchors that point, and off of the back of that fight, Dusty will be able to see themselves for Ruby, and it was a crucial fight prior. The fact that Crizzy was able to hold on to that Kraken impact and force the Fate of both worlds from terror earlier on in that engagement was absolutely massive in letting this map continue. And Dusty, while the time bank might be diminished, have a potential at taking us to another side of Symbiotic Surface.
It won't have much time regardless. A third of what would be available, and that's if Dusty managed to cap the point now, which is still going to be a bit more grueling. It's going to be a miracle, I think, for them to be able to finish out this map, especially with good amount of time to play with. But at the very least, these defenders of Ecstatic not having too much to work with other than an invisible boundary for Whiny that is just come online right at this moment. It's just sitting back to see how much they can hold on to it. All of these walls trying to do damage, to provide some support as well for the group who does have that strangling prison. It's just whether they can get a good timing on it, trying to dodge some of these shields that are coming in and try to deal with all of this damage coming through. Lugia going down is the perfect opening for 424 and the rest of Dusty to find some space with these ults.
What a strangling prison sets up Orion to get another elimination. Shift is going to be used to dodge out of the way from that Meteor M coming on through from Gainer on the defensive Magneto. This boundary has been burned out. Whiny goes down. This opens the gates for Crizzy to potentially come on through with a Kraken impact. They just have to sustain through the 12 seconds of the Fate of both worlds. Goddess of Death is going to come out from Newton. And you can see that Milkboy is holding that Meteor M for as long as possible to build up the damage and absorb all of the projectiles coming on out from that Hella. And Newton hasn't been able to find anything off of the back of it. The rest of the team were able to burn them out of that additional HP. The group will almost takes Lugia down before he can reposition with the rest of his team, but he takes Crizzy down before Kraken Impact can find the impact that Dusty's team were looking for. Orion still has the Goddess of Death. That might be the key for the attacking side to keep this fight continuing, but Newton on the off angle utilizes the Drain Soul to pull the Luna into position to get the follow through damage on the primary, and it's falling apart slowly but surely. Dusty are draining members more and more, and with the Hella stuck in Goddess of Death state, no one's gonna be able to touch the card, and that's where Symbiotic Surface will end.
Yeah, it's finally able to get a good map on the board for Ecstatic. You could get and look at the opponents that they've had this weekend. They've been the toughest ones, but the way that they approached this map to begin with, the fast take, just the way that they were able to get to the end of the map with time left over. We do get the MVP of the Lunar Snow, which is always nice to see with just how impactful that ultimate is. But I do have to shout out both of the Magnetos, I think, for Gainer and also for Milkboy, with just some of the blocks that they're going in, how they were initiating these fights. And even though you've got Hela on both mirrored sides of this team, it did feel that the Magnetos did find a lot of picks, a lot of openings, and Lugia as well, making good use of the 4, like throughout the whole map too. So it's not as if it was just a prevalent pick at the end. It was consistent all the way from top to bottom.
I mean, the 4 came through with 14 final hits. Maths does not lie in this case, but no, returning back to those Magnetos. Magneto is a really strong Vanguard, right? Sometimes does get outshone a little bit by the Strange because of the frequency that Strange is able to hold on to that shield with, and all of the things that you can do with Eye of Agamotto into follow-up damage from something like, you know, a Kraken Impact, where all of those players are stunned on up. However, one thing that we do have to talk about in terms of that Magneto for the Meteor M, because we've talked about, you know, the aggressive potential that it has, the fact that it can one-shot the strategic just through that ultimate, so it can shut down Invis Boundary, it can shut down Faded by Folds. It absorbs damage, and this is something that we got to see both of those Magnetos actually doing, punishing the fact that none of these teams really have any duelists who could instantly overload the ultimate. You didn't have a Punisher, you didn't have a Star-Lord. Those are the normal things that absolutely melt that Magneto's charge and force your hand to have to throw the Meteor early. Instead, they were able to sit there holding that animation for as long as possible, normally when Goddess of Death was in play. And that Meteor, it absorbs everything, every single bit of hit from that Hela ultimate just gets grabbed into the black hole that Magneto is able to control. And that actually works with so many ultimates. Really fun thing, pretty much every single ultimate that gets thrown out, like Hawkeye's base primaries, if he's got his ultimate, Magneto is able to grab on up. But speaking about grabbing on up, we're going to be grabbing ourselves into the second map on the other end of these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to
I'm hulking arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
You see Ecstatic being able to pick up their first map in this Swiss stage, and they're actually going to be taking a nice little trip to Yggdrasil's Path, which, Moxie, you pointed out is a little bit of a curveball considering what we've seen from Dusty previously when they've been a map down.
Yeah, normally we see Dusty because the team that loses that first map are the ones that actually get to decide where we go to for the second map. And Dusty have always taken us to Spider Islands. However, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again while expecting a different result. So maybe they're figuring out like, okay, Spider Islands might not be the best map for us, especially because we saw the amount of aggression that would be levied against them by Ecstatic on that first map of Symbiotic Surface, right? So with Spider Islands having as many paths as it does and all the verticality that you have to worry about, that actually might have benefited their opponents over them. So going to somewhere like Yggdrasil Path, which has a little bit more lane control, especially if you can play things like the Psylocke, is actually probably going to work out for them in the greater scheme of things. But it's definitely, in my opinion, gonna come down to the picks and bans. These need to be impactful.
Yeah, looking at the players still too, right? We've seen switch outs for both tank sides, I think, that are still going to continue into here. You know, you don't necessarily have Frankie Boxing on the side of Dusty to play with. Like, does that have any correlation to it? Like, is the tanks going to be different? Because 424 was playing a lot of Groot, but I don't know if Groot's necessarily the most apt choice on Yggdrasil's Path, unless maybe you're in first point, you just want to brawl out a bit and cut people off some of these 90-degree angles that you might have to slalom past with the payload.
Yeah, we've seen Groot a lot on Yggdrasil Path, partly because he was one of the Vanguards that was actually available in the tests when Marvel Rivals was actually still in that test phasing, and Yggdrasil Path was actually one of the maps that was available back then. So if you didn't play back then, hop in a time machine with me and we're going to travel all the way back to 2024, which feels many, many years ago. And that meta actually used to be a Hardlock, Strange, Groot, Hela, Punisher, Loki, Rocket were your 6 staple heroes that you would be playing, and you would be doing it for the revive strategy, but also Groot being able to shut down a lot of the different angles, forcing things like the Punisher to have to melt through those walls rather than just melting straight through your Vanguard. So for a lot of these players that have history in the game, it can be something of a comfort pick to return to re-find their footing. But what we're not going to be finding is the Groot at any part of this map, because it's immediately banned out by the side of Ecstatic.
Yeah, Hela's actually going to be saved again, which, you know, considering you've got Newton that's coming in for this squad, did a really good job on the Hela last game. Whether they continue to have Lugia just switch over into playing like the off tank a bit more forward would be pleasant. Magneto save too, it's like pretty much going to be similar compositions to what we saw. But seeing as you were mentioning, like, you know, the comps backing the early playtest, Moxie, I think it's a little bit early to be talking about Marvel Rivals Classic. Maybe, just maybe. Something that the devs can maybe pencil in for the future. But so far, you got the Flaming Torch highlighted, but we have not seen any of him, I don't think, so far this weekend, right?
Yeah, Johnny's still very much taking after his sister, currently in the EMEA region,
Invisible.
being absolutely invisible. Have not got to see him a single time. Part of it is just that Storm is honestly as powerful as she is. Yes, she got nerfed in season 1.5, but all of the utility that she brings to the table, plus the fact that her ultimate always forces us to treat its ultimate in return, as opposed to Johnny where Supernova is like, oh, let's just avoid the fire tornado and not walk into it, and you can hold on to those ultimates, goes to show how much of a staple Storm is going to continue to be in this meta, as we're going to have a look and see Ecstatic, who are going to be on the defense first of all. And something to note right now is that, yes, we are currently seeing the Rocket, but that is going to be swapped off immediately because a little bit of quality of life that you can do with the Rocket, and they're actually going to be doing it with the Jeff as well, is that when you utilize that BRB tower, all of those armor packs actually remain, as does the blue cookie, the super jump. Normally it gets given over to a Wolverine. This time around, it's been given to the Thing. So that rock is going to be able to fly.
You know, this pivot that's coming from Ecstatic may be one of the sole reasons why they're able to go up a map so far. Lugia not necessarily playing the 4 again this time, switching over to play the Thing, and there's so much like good peel that can happen, and you're looking at the fact that Milpoy's running over the Venom, you got a Psylocke and a Hela. That dive is going to want to go into that backline. The Thing will be able to mitigate some of that damage, but it does feel yet again the Gainer just gets caught out into position, and that's enough of an opening usually for Dusty to do something with it.
Yeah, part of the reason is that Lugia on that Thing was already backing to play peel. They saw that Milkboy on that Venom was about to get ready to launch a dive into the backline, and everyone sort of regrouped backwards. And Gainer, when he was trying to regroup with the rest of his team, fell afoul of Orion with the Soul Drainer of the Hela E, grabbing the Magneto back and leaving him vulnerable. Lugia now is going to be a staple mainstay, though, on this cart. Has that over armor as well, coming in through the synergy from that too. And they're going to be able to find the eliminations to turn things into their favor. Ecstatic doing a very good job of making sure that they didn't give too many eliminations, too much momentum over to the attacking side, so that when they had everybody back into the mix off of the back of Gainer's Strange Portal coming in, they're going to be able to hold their cool and return to holding this first corner, which can be a particular problem for a dive composition to have to bypass.
Also, just you're looking at the ult percentages across the board, it just seems to be so much more in favor of Ecstatic. Bit of a backup from Newton that just wants to change up the position, keep an eye on this flank that's trying to come in from the Psylocke. Still not really close to having a dance of the butterfly, but that over-focus, that paranoia onto the flank might have provided a bit of space, at least for Dusty to work with. Fate of both worlds going to be used on both sides, so these other ultimates, you got the Goddess of Death, Meteor M's available, Invisible Boundary actually being used from Ecstatic to pretty much combo with these defenders to keep things alive. There's still so much to come in on. It's going to be used on the attack as well from Dusty. And Meteor M held on to, gonna be thrown out now. A great opportunity to do it, but that Omega Hurricane from Among has found exactly everything. Didn't need to move, everybody was grouped up. A nice little combo. And it means that stuff is going to stay still for Ecstatic for the time being as they keep control with just under 2 minutes left.
Yeah, with the amount of impact that the Strange is having, it was actually Dusty probably wishing that they hadn't picked the Magneto as early as they did to force that Strange swap, because it was the Eye of Agamotto that set up amongst Hurricane to have as much of an impact. Still going to be lane control having to come on through. We can see the presence from Dusty on that right side angle, but Among with that Sue Guardian shield, going to be standing for now, at least until Force Physics comes through and yoinks the Storm deep into enemy territory. And now Dusty gonna have to be answering back with a couple of more eliminations to try and close out a maximum amount of bodies on cart so that it goes for that maximum speed, because Lugia could potentially come back with a clobbering time for recontest time.
It's going to be pretty tight. There's no shield, no portal left for Doctor Strange to point again. Is going to switch over, so there's not really too much of a contest. Bit of a push up from Ecstatic, so they want to make sure that they don't get caught out of position as Dusty tried to scale up a bit more. Thankfully, it's just the Venom for Gainer, so he's able to just zip out when needed. But the one thing that has been working consistently, I think, Moxie, for Dusty, is they are finding these picks with just the damage that these Fell Swords are doing from the Hela. Stuff like this. That is the only way that Dusty finds a win here, it feels like, because once they're chipping in damage, they're actually able to get that elimination, and then it's a 6 versus 5 for a lot of these team fights.
And Ryan has the right side peek as well, which means he has the advantage in the Hela 1 versus 1. Soul Drainer is going to be able to help just push the Hela into a correct position so that you can find the full elimination. And that's something as well that, you know, Ecstatic really wanted to shut down. That's why they didn't want to go for the recontest. They didn't want to give Dusty the space, because when you head into B, right side peaks become the bread and butter of the attacking team's composition. And you can see Orion here just entirely pretty much uncontested. They're trying to get his head to turn, just launching a Venom directly at him, but it is just not working out.
And so a lot of time wasted on that first point. The second one kind of going along swimmingly. They have got Invisible Boundary. Omega Hurricane found a lot of stuff for Ecstatic in one of those team fights, but people still keep going down just as these fights are looking to start to happen. Suddenly, Dusty find themselves a pick. At least it's traded. Invisible Boundary is going to be used, and thankfully, on the side of Ecstatic, Newton's there to get a couple of kills. Meteor, M, Goddess of Death, both coming out at the same time, but the elimination, the kill feed, not necessarily changing up too much up until Amon was able to sort of clean up some of these kills, mostly off the back of this Goddess of Death. And Ecstatic, they were a player down to begin with very early in the fight. A very good Invisible Boundary from Wine. He keeps them in it, I think.
I mean, you may as well call Newton Goddess of Victory, because that was more Nike than Hela, making sure that Ecstatic, with those neutral picks coming off of the recontest, were able to hold their ground. Orion is going to have a Goddess of Death, but you're going to have to invest to get into a position to be able to use it so that Ecstatic can't just take a big old step backwards and avoid it without having to burn through some of their strategist ultimate economies. As it is going to be a dance of the butterflies coming out onto that cart. Crizzy in that stealth state was able to infiltrate, and now Ecstatic having to just hope that they can just get into the fate of Bofors coming through from Terra, and off of the back of some really nice damage boosts from Among that Storm. The forecast is strong, and it might be a staple Ecstatic hold, given the fact that the attack and all of the ultimate economy from Dusty just took a major hit.
There's about 40 seconds left. 2 ultimates used there from Dusty to Ecstatic's 3. But it's the Omega Hurricane, I guess I'm looking out for Among. When this fight happens, you don't want anybody to be picked off. Definitely not Winey, who's looking to be having an Invisible Boundary in position. Psylocke trying to get into the backlines, ends up being peeled for and taken out quickly by Newton, who has been the hero of Asgard so far this time. Still just trying to hold off as this payload is going to be stalled out. Overtime looming from the looks of it with just under 10 seconds left. Invisible Boundary is nuts, but so is that diving that comes in. Beast of the Abyss, Milky Boy, the Venom finding everything, and a good amount of time stalled for Ecstatic, but it is going to be Dusty moving on. Maybe there's another engagement because Kane has gone back to the Strange.
Whiny went over temporarily to the Jeff to get the speed bubble boost. They're going to be sticking on the rocket too for that BRB station. Among on the Iron Fist. It's going to run out of block charge. Will not be able to bypass that hallway. That is going to be the attacking side. Able to pick up B. was a lengthy process. It really did, like you said, come off of the back of a damage boosted Feast of the Abyss from Milk Boy, who was the hero of the moment. And now Dusty going to have to try and pick up more than a couple of eliminations to make sure that they don't get halted permanently, to make up for what they're missing coming out from that push on B.
This has been the way that Orion has been playing, and it has been successful. You got a little bit of support with the shield that's coming in from Invisible Woman, but right now it's a pretty uncontested position. Right click hoping to just burst somebody down, as these fights have been opened up that way, and it's been pretty much a successful bit of Dusty's kit. Fate of Both Worlds going to be used fairly early in this team fight from Terra and the rest of Ecstatic, but it's still Newton finding those openings. It really has been the Battle of the Hellas, which is a pretty apt place in the echelon to be able to use it, but those two big ultimates of the Meteor M and Clobbering Time, finding those picks. There's still 30 seconds left. There's maybe one more team fight in it for Dusty, but they used
get
some
the space.
Yeah.
Oh, Orion as well, burn the Goddess of Death. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds to try and get themselves through and into this fight, but they do not want to burn it for that purpose, because Newton's holding on to that Goddess of Death. Venom dives into the backline, trying to find that same value that we saw previously on the last fight on B, but it's just getting picked apart. Mag Bubble has to be invested to make sure he makes it safely back to his backline. Crazy has the Dance of the Butterflies, is holding on to it. Winnie's Guardian Shield into Invis Boundary is going to allow Ecstatic to hold their cool on that point, and Crazy gets taken down to the force physics before the silo can become intangible. It's falling apart for the attacking side. Dusty will be able to pick up Milk Boy. Orion and 424 managing to find the damages off of the back of the Fate of Both Worlds, but this is an aggressive usage of Fate of Both Worlds, and that's going to just delay the problem that they face in this next fight. When Ecstatic come to call, it's going to be a Mong with an Omega Hurricane that doesn't have any support ultimate to shut it down.
He's going straight in. He has to, really. It comes down to the meters, really. If you can stop this map from finishing the end, that's good enough for this situation. Dance of the Butterfly is going to be an attempted way for Dusty to keep things moving along, but it seems that this is where it falls out of steam. They did well in some of these team fights to have it keep going as long as it did, even being able to cap towards the second objective, but they're not able to necessarily finish out the map, Moxie, but near enough, right?
I mean, I love the min-maxing as well, coming through from the defense. The hero swaps, they picked up the Atom and the Star-Lord to have the Cocoon, so that if Dusty started walking away with those kills, Ecstatic would be able to go for the self-revives and just keep throwing bodies onto that cart, because overtime continues to burn down. Even if you have someone on the cart, it continues to burn down and burn down and burn down and burn down, so that the singular millisecond, if it goes on too long, of one person stepping just a little bit too far away to be considered as contesting, and boom, the round is done. Really smart stuff coming through from them. Absolute huge players all around.
I'd love to see the scoreboard, I think, at this point, just to see like how much of it is coming down to the Hellas just being able to do that poke damage. You know, for the
your
most
wish
part.
is granted.
Yeah, here we are. Like, his surprise, I guess not too surprised, very excited that the damage has been shared out a little bit. But it is actually kind of like Gainer and Lugia, the ones that are doing the most on the team so far. And a huge amount of damage blocked from Gainer that's sort of leading the line in this position.
Yeah, but there was definitely more resources. There were more resources for me standing out for Ecstatic in terms of everything that Newton was given. It can be easier, right, to peel for a defensive Hela, because you can sort of anticipate where the dive is going to come from and make sure that both of the strategists are behind her. We got to see both the Sue and the Luna immediately behind Newton, so that when the Venom or the Psylocke came to fall, they were immediately eliminated. Dusty now going to be on the defense. Crazy sticking with the Psylocke. Psylocke finding more value being able to control that right side of the lane on the defense, especially in that stealth form, and already getting to put pressure on that Storm. Orion with a huge Soul Drainer to set up that hit, forcing the Storm's position out of cover, and now uncontested can really start to make the hurt happen for the attacking side as they walk up into those angles.
More just a chipping away battle. Is that only elimination that has come in from Orion? Both him and Newton were the ones sharing the most like final hits. No surprise, the two Hellas. But you can understand why in these instances, Newton actually this time, instead of fighting from distance, wanted to get a little bit more close quarters and fighting. You do have the surge from the Storm that's now taking the high ground that might create some bit more space for Ecstatic for this final point. And a lot of space generally has been given up here from Dusty that have not wanted to take a fight just yet.
Yeah, I love what they're doing as well in terms of this Venom. They're baiting the dive, and then when the Venom comes to call, Newton goes first with the Soul Drainer, and then it leads into Winnie's force physics to stop the Venom from disengaging and getting back to the team, and it's actually meaning that the backline isn't getting to battery ult charges as effectively as the attacking side. Fate of Vocals comes on through from CMD, should damage boost the Feast of Abyss, but unfortunately doesn't find the elimination that it's looking for. Newton takes a back step out of the fight, forcing now Dusty's team to ignore the hell if they want that card to remain contested, and that is not what you want to have happen. This duelist has to be looked at, otherwise they're going to start walking with all of the eliminations needed. And off of the back of that, Ecstatic take a very fast point A, but we've seen that A can be pretty easy to take quickly, especially at the beginning of B. You can try and snowball off. It's towards the end of this point where the defense starts to hold back.
Oh, this would be an absolute disaster if we see Chrissy getting taken out there, trying to be coy, hiding around the corner, something that we saw Dusty do a little bit on the last map as well. Spotted out from Newton. Nothing's getting past him today. Just wanted to be on this sort of hit scan DPS.
So
now it's a bit more.
Cancel the butterflies.
It's gone.
It's
completely
50%.
gone.
It's CC.
Shut down a Goddess of Death trying to capitalize off of this from the high ground, spotting people out, and yet again Chrissy just can't get past this Hela. It's going to be used on the other side if it's going to be able to get much success, but it really seems to be in control from Ecstatic. Bear in mind that they're a map up here. If they can finish out the second area of the map, they just need to get near towards the end of Yggdrasil's path, and they would have a good amount of time to work with.
Newton is the hero of the hour right now. Resetting that Solix ult charge to 50% gives Terror the window of opportunity to hit Fate of Bothwards to shut the Dance of the Butterflies down. Orion takes an off angle. Might work out. It does. Soul Drainer into elimination on the Sue. No invis boundary potential, but now you have to win the duel against Newton, who still has that Soul Drainer set up to find the elimination. Chrissy is waiting in the sidelines. Comes on through with the Dance of the Butterflies. Terror outside of that invis boundary gets picked. And this is Dusty able to tighten up that defense. 44 even coming back in on that Penny. Among trying to find the eliminations on that Storm has the Goddess boost. Picks up 3. Is it enough to turn the tides against Dusty's team?
It's a 3v2, so there's a chance maybe for Ecstatic. The problem is that the spawn doors are a lot closer for this defending side of Dusty. That you don't need to worry about it too much. They're able to hold on. Not the end of the world for Ecstatic, but they need to be careful with how these fights go now. You've got just under 3 minutes, maybe like 3 or 4 fights that can go on. And I like the call here from Dusty to try to push up. They might need to be a little bit careful of a back cap, but it seems that they just want to extend up a little bit more, try to take this angle, take these fights, and build up ultimates, because that's the one thing they're lacking right now.
Yeah, they needed to take the fight away from the cut so that Newton had to use Goddess of Death on an angle that didn't actually contest the objective at the same time. That has not happened, though. Ecstatic were able to hold on to those ultimates and still brute force their way into the fight where the objective was in sightline. And Newton's Goddess of Death alongside that invis boundary is going to be the nail in the coffin for the defense on B as we head into C.
Yeah, very nice clean fight. I do like you're seeing like Lugia. I think I pronounced their name 4 different ways so far this series, but we'll roll with it. The 4 has been really nice from them just to find these picks. It's been really uncomfortable, I think, for both the supports of CMD and ILO to just find the space, being caught out by some of these ults, and they're going for another flank again. Might not be the person that you necessarily to expect it, but they're aiming and gunning for this Magneto to pull him out of position. He is a little bit isolated, but not too much. Clobbering time is going to be the stun that maybe opens up this fight, but Fate of both worlds not going to be contested. However, you do lose out on your main tank. Gainer, the Meteor M, finding these picks. He's finding so much more. And the Fate of the Butterflies from Crazy going into the backline. I don't think finding anything. It's a fight that Dusty tried to take preemptively, and it was shut down nice and quickly from Ecstatic.
Among is going to have a Mega Hurricane as well to shut down the recontest. Strange isn't in play, so Ecstatic can't actually use the portals to block off the spawn doors. Now Hurricane is going to come in directly over the top of this team, making sure that half of them are split off into those spawn points. Potentially the Vanguard's left vulnerable if they don't have the healing LOS. Orion, though, with the Goddess of Death, Hail Mary, might be able to find the damage necessary to see Ecstatic back. 424 trying to anchor onto that point is going to get taken down. Penny without one of those shields, not going to have the resources to just anchor onto that objective. And now it's just a lone Magneto trying to keep themselves up and alive for as long as possible. So close to that Meteor M. The Hell are incredibly close to going down. In fact, does go down off of the screen because all of the eliminations are coming in to Ecstatic's side. We've got another clobbering time set up from Lugia. Is going to be invested now again onto the support so that these Vanguards do not have any resources to keep standing. Milk Boy, though, doesn't need to stand. He can levitate, he can fly, and Terra is getting taken down. One taken off of the board. Now they don't have one of those strategists, but Among is still very much in play. Guardian Shield comes into the mix. So too does Dance of the Butterflies, and Crizzy, no!
They couldn't get it.
Well, it's not that. It's crazy when you're in Dance of the Butterflies, and this actually happened yesterday. You're counted as intangible. You're not counted as contesting. So they needed one other person on that card on the team to actually sit on the point so that the Psylocke would be able to find the eliminations, but the card would still be, quote unquote, seesawing between the two teams.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's more the end of it, I suppose. Everybody else going down, and there's never a situation where you're not going to use Dance of the Butterflies in that position if you're crazy. But man, it was a long fight. It really did seem like Ecstatic set themselves up really nicely, especially with Among a pretty well-deserved MVP, I think, on that Storm. Not only with just the damage that was being put out, you're able to take some of those eliminations, those final hits away from Newton, who was leading the line for the most part going into the half-time point, I guess. But just when those surges were coming in, the damage boosts that went onto his team, and obviously the AoE damage it does onto enemy opponents, they always felt really well timed, that the ability was always available in those best kind of moments. And even though we were highlighting Newton finding those openings, or maybe even Lugia's approach to playing the Thing or 4, I think Among maybe takes Series MVP as Ecstatic are able to win this one 2-0. We've just how the end of that map went.
I mean, yeah, Lugia with that flank and managing to pin the Magneto. You either pin the Magneto and you find the elimination on the Vanguard, and Dusty are forced to take a really disadvantaged fight, or you force their positions. Like, it's a win-win situation. If the Mag is put under pressure, that forces the strategists to have to try and regroup and just band together to save their Vanguard, and that's exactly actually what Ecstatic wanted. It's almost actually better for them not to find the pick on the Magneto, because it led into such an impactful clobbering time coming on out that picked up both of those squishies behind the Vanguard instead, and that just led to so much snowball momentum plays coming on through from the side of Ecstatic. They had a Muga Hurricane, so that the second that Dusty tried to go through the spawn doors, half of their team were being split again. So every single time an ultimate charge came and hit that 100% mark, Dusty weren't able to hold on to it and wait for the right opportune moment. They were forced, they were pressured to have to desperately throw it out in the hopes of it being used to just buy space and prolong their lifelines, as behind them the rest of their team were just falling apart. It was really good plays from Ecstatic where they just pushed Dusty to the absolute brink and then directly over that cliff.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like the stakes of it so far as well, Dusty unfortunately ending this week of the Swiss stage 0 and 3 without picking up a map either. But like we said at the start of the stream, it doesn't mean that they're eliminated. We are still going to see them next week, and at least Moxie a chance for until Friday next week at the very least to go back to the drawing board, fix up stuff, and at least for the side of Ecstatic, you're able to get those wins on the board and do it kind of dominantly without dropping a map in this one. At least that must be at least some form of like promising aspect, I suppose, going into the double elimination playoff stage next week.
Yeah, and I mean, they showed a lot of versatility in terms of the hero pools that they were able to play into. Every single time it felt that like Dusty were getting maybe a little bit comfortable into what they were running up against, Ecstatic would immediately just flip everything all over again. And instead of playing chess, we'd end up playing checkers, and or even Connect 4 towards the end when we had that thing come on through. And it really does go to show that like in Marvel Rivals, a game that's all about tempo, and Hades was actually talking about this on the desk yesterday, where he was saying it's very easy to snowball some of these teams with the speed that the game plays, and that was something that Ecstatic were able to do very, very well, always changing the tempo so that Dusty never really got out of that comfort.
Yeah, I mean, I think for both these teams, one of the things that we've consistently said throughout this weekend as well, of just like the main thing, obviously a big chunk of that $100K like dollars prize pool, but also just reps. And especially when both these teams don't have as many recognizable names from like hero shooters of yonder, reps is going to be really important when you're invited to a tournament like this with a prize pool like this, where even just participating is like a good payday in itself, right? These teams just want to make sure that they get that official experience, especially when a lot of the officials that we've seen have either been the MRC, which was, you know, a few weeks ago now. We're leaning into the next one for season 1, but also the Invitational back then, and then some other smaller like B-tier, C-tier tournaments with that kind of prize pool, right? So I think it's definitely a lot to ask both these teams, but we are of course going to be speaking to Ecstatic, and we're going to be speaking to Newton. So first of all, if you can hear me, Newton, congratulations for one. Like, how does it feel to like finally get that win on the board after running into OG, running into Fnatic? Now you're able to feel like you can play, and you do it dominantly with a 2-0. How's it feel?
It feels fantastic. I'm not gonna lie, we've had some rough games coming into this, where we initially thought we were prepared, but we got kind of either like outvoted in the veto, or they just stumbled us without us actually having to grasp doing the classic E9, as it's apparently being called in game now. I've seen a couple of times, which is I'm devastated by that C9 there. But I'm so proud of the team right now that we take this game. We had full expectations to take this game, and I mean, like, obviously we have the best Storm in the game and some of the best tanks in the game and some of the best healers in the game. I think it's only natural that we win this.
Was there a sort of surprise element heading into that second map? Because obviously, like, Dusty and you both having unfortunately lost all of the matches that you played previously, you knew that Dusty would be able to take you to their map of choosing, and every single time we'd seen Dusty so far on that losing side, they picked Spider Island. So was it a surprise to not see that map in particular pop up?
I think it is better for us not to go to Spider Islands, especially because we have more prepared on how do you say this? EXIL's path or whatever it's actually called.
Good enough.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely it benefited us, but I think no matter what second map we were going to, we would win it. And I saw we were not the clear favorites to win. Some people thought otherwise, but like we were 100% prepared to win this 2-0.
I think the biggest question I have is like almost like the shift around that you had, because you know you played day 1 and then day 2 Ducky was in, I think, instead, right? So like you have Lugia that was playing on the tank today when they were typically playing DPS. Was that something that was, you know, you typically scrimmed? Was that the main plan? Was that something that you pivoted to? Like, why that kind of change? And was that, do you think, the reason why you succeeded so well today?
Well, it's been to be honest, a little chaotic the last couple of days, trying to figure out what comes actually to run, especially against which teams. So, like, you know, I wasn't in yesterday with the reasoning that we need a Wolverine player, and you know, Lugia, the GOAT at Wolverine, as you saw, his performance in Wolverine was fantastic. Sadly, it wasn't enough, but that's the reason why I, for example, weren't in yesterday. Today, we needed a hit scan player. I'm a hit scan player, so it's more about the flexibility that we have around this. Is the reasons why we're switching around.
So talk us a little bit through that sort of fight that we saw between you, Orion, and Crizzy on that Hela, because obviously Hela versus Hela, you've got access to things like the Soul Drainer. What changes when you know that sooner rather than later there's going to be a Psylocke joining the mix as well?
Well, when you're prepared for the Psylocke, I don't think she's that scary. I'm not gonna lie. I can easily deal with her Hela. I hope you saw the stun we got on her when she like dashes in to get the ult. Some of these players are very predictable in the way they play Psylocke, as in, if you have good comms, especially we do in our team, like the callouts, we're almost always aware where Psylocke is, even though she's dashing around, flying around, being invisible. So I don't think it poses that much of a threat, unless we have someone named Among in the team. I'd say he's a threat to the enemy team, but otherwise, Psylocke against that isn't a threat.
For sure. I think the one final question I have is, like, you play again on Friday, like you've got the rest of this week off. What's the thing that you think that you guys are going to work on? You don't have to give too much away, but like, what is the thing that Ecstatic are going to come back with next week that's going to be infinitely better?
Yeah, well, we're going to 100% day in, day out going to work on our comps, because I think we're still a little in the mix of what we want and when we want it, right? And against specific teams we want specific things. So we're gonna work a lot on looking at what teams we're going against and looking at what we need as players, what kind of like synergizes together to create the best matchup for us.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Newton. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck on Friday, and hope you and the rest of the team have a very good rest of your week. As Ryan, we're going to be heading off soon into our next map. But before we go, is there anything you want to say very quickly to the rest of your fans, Newton?
Yeah, well, I want to say thank you to everyone who's watching. Even though if not like hoping that we win, it really helps that everyone is watching the stream, and I guess we're helping the scene prosper of Marvel Rivals Esport in the early beginnings. So I want to thank every single one sitting on YouTube, on Twitch, on this, like, the viewer parties. Thank you so much for watching. Like, we really, really appreciate it. I think that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Lovely talking to you. And yeah, Ryan, it was a 2-0. So unfortunately, Dusty still not able to find the first win that they were looking at, but getting to hear from Newton, I mean, you saw it. That Psylocke just did not find any fight. It's going to take me so long to get over that Soul Drain is done on the cancel of Psylocke, because like that's the thing that you can do. There is the one trick that you can do to shut down a Psylocke ultimate. She is intangible for the entire duration of it. If you can get a CC on her before she gets the full outline off, whether that's an Absolute Zero from like Luna or a Sedation from a Mantis, that does reset the ultimate charge to 50%. But we're going to be resetting into the next match right after these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time.
support ultimate being used by Kenga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's
Beautiful.
a reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher cracking edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Chixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Reggie with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Reggie cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing if you don't have one of those strategist ultimates. Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
Bro, I think both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
So we finished one of our fantastic series out of the fantastic four that we have available today, but we still have a few more to go over to close out this Swiss stage of the Marvel Rivals Invitational Tournament here in EMEA. This game is definitely a banger when it comes to the teams involved. You've got OG, which Lion Pro touted as the second best team in the region, maybe behind Fnatic. We'll have to see about that. But also Team PEPS, who broke history. Now, Moxie, I'll let you set the scene of what Team PEPS did yesterday that made it such a monumental moment in EMEA history.
Yeah, imagine a team that has been playing Marvel Rivals esports literally since the release of test servers, entering into every single tournament, including Marvel Rivals Championship Season 0, and then going on to win the entire thing. Now imagine if that team won all of those things without dropping a singular map a single time. And then yesterday, Virtus Pro, for the first time in 6 months, dropped a map, and actually almost dropped 2, because if PEPS had been able to pull off the full hold on Symbiotic Surface, they would not just have taken one map of Virtus Pro, they would have taken an entire series. So there is a lot on the line for PEPS, because like you said, talking to a lot of the players, they all have that sort of feeling that OG is the second strongest team in the region next to Virtus Pro, and there's a lot of sort of stuff that we can do to show the workings of that, right? One, the fact that OG picked up Yoinkanda's roster, which was quite literally the second team that placed in Marvel Rivals Championship of Season 0. And we're able to pick up some really good additions too, with Tanuki coming into the forefront, added on to the fact that they've been absolutely blitzing through all of the European tournaments, although there is a little asterisk to that, given the fact that Virtus Pro have not been entering those. However, Yoinkanda and now OG, a very, very strong team in their own right, as is what we're getting to see now in terms of those picks and bans. The first map is going to be Hell's Heaven, with the Wolverine protection coming in through from OG's end. That's going to be setting on up for Tanuki, as PEPS, no surprises, they're going to be picking up that Bucky, that Winter Soldier, so that Hardest can have those hero moment Kraken impacts at the very last possible moment.
For sure, Tanuki wanted to get his hands on the Wolverine, a player that I think has been touted throughout this tournament from even different teams that he is an unbelievable sort of melee duelist player. But I think the Wolverine has been remains to be seen, I think. He's had his moments, but it has been tricky in some of these instances for OG to really get a hold on stuff. I think one of the big differences that's coming into Hell's Heaven here, this domination map, yeah, Enzo's going to be on the Venom. There were some instances where he was really keen on playing the Magneto himself, and he had some good moments. But instead, Snaze is going to go for this combo. Makes sense when you have got this like King of the Hill game mode, Moxie. This sort of shield dive meta that's been talked about, but not seen all that much.
Oh, is Ken gonna stick with the Loki though? Because, like, that's risky. Loki has a lot of survivability and a lot of damage potential. But if you know the hardest is gonna be on the Bucky, those copies are just going to be giving refreshes to the Kraken impact, and there's not a lot you can do outside of it. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not Ken is going to be sticking with that strategist. Going back to your point about the Wolverine, though, and Tanuki's Wolverine not really finding that impact that I think a lot of players promise it to be, part of it is probably the fact that Wolverine has been in the meta for a very long time now. There's a reason why when we saw the Asia Marvel Rivals Invitational, Wolverine wasn't a staple pick in the duelist slots, and that's because there's so many counters to him, things like the Namor, the Bucky, and now one of our latest heroes to the pool, the Thing, because Shu on that Thing is not going to be grabbed. He's CC immune.
4 different tank options. Vanguard's all looking very different, so the styles of these two teams on this first point is going to be one to keep an eye on for sure. The high ground tried to be contested for by PEPS, but the knockdown is going to bring people right into the muck and the mud of the first point before it's even unlocked. Players going low, but no eliminations coming in just yet at the very least. But knowing how these Magnetos have at least played so far today, Snaze finding that first pick over onto the Wolverine of Leaf. Not too surprising, and it allows OG to take that point first.
Yeah, huge feral comes on out from Tanuki, grabbing onto Timo, and the rest of OG's players have gathered piranhas in the water, waiting for Peps to fall directly, like you said, into that river off the point. And now the Thing is going to struggle significantly more into this retake because you do not have a lot of those reserves to keep that fight going past the poke phase in those engagements, and you can already see the health bar just going lower and lower and lower.
See the souls coming in from Loki off of these doppelgangers to just sustain this damage. That combined with one of these big ultimates with the invisible boundary being copied and used from the God of Mischief. It's going to say it's not available for Alex yet, but they're going to have it very soon. Last Stand is going to be used in the same time that Karmic Revival, Kraken's Impact was used but interrupted, I think, cut down straight away from Etsu. But Tanuki, he is going absolutely insane. He's definitely feeling this character a little bit more, and he keeps it in control for OG.
Yeah, performance promise. This was what we were expecting to see from Tanuki. And I mean, that last stand, it was perfect. Being able to displace outside of the strategist ultimate so you could actually find the elimination, even through the reserves of those sustainabilities. Tanuki now going to be scout checking out to see this rotation coming on through from Peps. On the right side, already getting into that ready set motion for both the Venom and the Wolverine to in tandem absolutely make these Vanguard's lives a living misery. There's the grab onto this Magneto, and Snaze gets deposited directly into the clobbering time coming on out.
Yeah, Leaf has pulled Tanuki into 5 other players from Peps. He's eliminated. He's going to be out for a little bit of time, but there's a nice CC that comes into Snaze. He had the Meteor M. He was just shut down for a good amount of time for Peps to actually get the elimination, but it is still somehow going OG's way. No progression on this point made for Team Peps. They at least have a couple of ultimates maybe to go in onto this second point, but this first one on the Eldritch Monument, Moxie, couldn't have really gone worse for them.
Oh, but Super Soldier Factory is up next, and this is one of Wolverine's best maps because of the potential for those environmental eliminations off of the Feral Lunge, right? If you can get someone just in one go in the beginning of this fight, presumably one of those Vanguard players, and deposit them inside that lava pit, you're already off to an absolute stunner to the start of those fights. And you can already see the Rockets going to be setting up those BRB towers so that they can equip those Wolverines with the rocket-powered jump boots.
You got to talk about like the DPS. Obviously, Enzo having a nice performance on the Venom, but neither of the supports have died. It was a gamble, like you said, for Ken, but so far that gamble is paying off massively, especially with the amount of healing that he's doing.
I mean, that's Loki in a nutshell. Massive amounts of healing and more than a chunk of damage too if you can keep all of your copies alive and going. Because you have to remember, all of the stats for base Loki can actually get tripled if you have all of the maximum amounts of your copies coming on through. It's gonna be a early fate coming on out from PEPS' switch with that cloak, just to give everyone a little bit of movement boost so they can try and take this high ground and get into position ahead of OG, so that the Wolverine has the best intel to figure out where to send this first shift.
Who's going to make this first move, especially with these ultimates being carried over from the first round into this one? There is almost 4 that are going to be in the hands. 5, actually. Invisible Boundary for Alex has just come online. 2 of the ultimates, at least, from this OG side. Now 3 with the Kraken's impact all bursting through. Meteor M is the response from Teemo, who's tried to shoot down. Not quite got an elimination at this point, and Tanuki's Wolverine has had a glow up like nothing else. It's the perfect spot for him, like you mentioned, Moxie, and it has been the perfect performance from him so far in his character.
Last stand propels everyone once more outside of the boundaries of Invis Boundary. The elimination gets to be found yet again on these Vanguards. She does have clobbering time, but OG in control of the point have more than enough distance to make sure that they are out of the reach of that one. As we can see that cloak start to come on through. Etsu, can he find that opening bionic hook? Keep your eye as well on the Wolverine waiting in the wings. Perception check does get spotted out. Tanuki is displaced. In the interim, Etsu actually goes down.
And we're looking at Hardest as well just before this game started, and he's really not found those openings, I suppose. Here was one, but it has been traded again from Tanuki. Treading through halfway to having another last stand available, and there's enough support to keep him on alive. He's got the column to play around a little bit more to just give himself some cover to work with. But these side swipes, the ability to jump up on the high ground, it's nice from him to just keep things chaotic, and Kraken's impact is going to continue on with that absolute slam down into this choke. And whilst OG have made almost 70% progression on this point, Pep's still stuck in this choke, unable to find a way in.
That was elimination through Invis Boundary. That's 165 healing per second, ignored off of the combination of Feast of the Abyss from Enzo on the Venom and Etsu's Kraken impact. Great coordination comes on through from the players of OG, and they're still in control of this choke. Etsu just waiting to see whether or not he can find the hook. Doesn't get the Wolverine, but gets an even bigger catch of the Magneto, and that's going to slow down the support from Peps yet again.
Oh, God of Mischief is going to be used from Natlock's copying it over from an Invisible Woman. Etsu just shooting into the dark to an extent, but it's still getting those connections on. But finally, Peps looking to have some progression on the point. Still need to take it at this point, and really OG are just holding on, buying as much time. They do have lots of ultimates to come online. They don't need much more than one good team fight to put this one to bed. And when you have 4 ultimates racked up, and, you know, Ken, Enzo making their way to having the God of Mischief and the Feast of the Abyss themselves, they can afford to just sit back for a bit amount of time. They're not going to do that at all. The chaos is going to keep reigning.
Yeah, Hardest goes down. Regen Domain comes on out on the side of Peps, and that's an early one too, so the Meteor M might be able to find a connection afterwards. Tanuki with the last stand manages to pick up one of the strategists. Switch is down. This boundary had already been used prematurely though in the fight prior, but now all of that space has been freed up for the Venom to find the follow-up. The Tevez come out onto the Wolverine, the primary onto the Bucky. Kraken impact is not finding any sort of value like it has in the previous matches, and OG are going to be able to finish out surely. Hell's Heaven, they just have to deal with these staggers, and yeah, the Yancey Street charge from the Thing is not going to be able to make it onto that point. And that is Eldritch Monument and Super Soldier Factory absolutely locked down for the side of OG. No third round necessary.
Man, it's a take a bow to Nuki, it feels like. Even though Ken was the one that gets the MVP, you perfectly highlighted, Moxie, of just how much of, like, it was a curveball, but you understand why Loki is very good in this meta. Even if you don't have that Lunar Snow to copy off, if that was the first ban that came in from OG, it still felt that they were happy to take some of the stuff like the Invisible Boundary for the most part. And with so many objectives that they want to be playing on, fighting on, and holding, yeah, it felt very comfortable in those positions. Leaf not actually able to get any, like, final hits. It was really just Hardest that was the ones getting those final checkoffs, I suppose, of the OG players. it was just not enough, realistically. We've highlighted him as a player for PEPS that can do a lot of damage, certainly did that to Virtus Pro yesterday. OG did well, I think, to just shut him down, and were able to use the Winter Soldier themselves really nicely, were OG, but also make sure that PEPS couldn't do the same to them.
I mean, something we have to acknowledge about that stat boards, not only did OG have one of the strategists never die in the Invis Woman, Enzo on that Venom also did not visit the respawn room a singular time. So you can really like see with OG the fact that they were able to swap a lot of players in and out of those key positions. When the Venom was trying to get out, Tanuki would be going in and vice versa. They were taking full advantage of the amount of space that each of those players could create to each other. And actually it was a symbiotic relationship, right? Tanuki would get so much more space if everyone was looking at Enzo, and Enzo would actually get so much more space if everyone was looking at Tanuki. But speaking about seeing, we're going to be looking at some of those highlights before we head into game number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rising.
I'm hulking! Arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova! punch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Whilst Team PEPS have found themselves a map down, they do get to take us to a place that we probably all expected. It's Spider Islands, Moxie. It's the defense of the century that we saw yesterday against Virtus Pro. What is it, I guess, about Team PEPS? Why do they like this map? What are they getting so much impact out of when it comes to how they play the game here?
I mean, one, we get to see them, and this was something that like you and I were talking about in between the break. They get to go for really aggressive spawn holds, which allows them to build their ultimate economy up and outpace the enemy team, right? Because a lot of the time that first fight is incredibly one-sided. The strategists don't get the opportunity to build up to things that could potentially counter that first Kraken impact. And that Kraken impact is another thing that we have to address, because this is the map where we tend to see hardest pop off the hardest when it comes to that Winter Soldier pick. So it's going to be very interesting to see what exactly makes it through the picks and bans, because it feels like it's going to be that matchup of the DPS carries, right? PEPS are going to be trying to prop up their Winter Soldier, and OG are 100% going to be trying to push Tanuki to the forefront of their composition on that Wolverine as well. So I want to see whether or not Namor is going to be able to make it out of that pick and ban phase, or if he will be able to make it out, but Luna is going to be the sacrifice left in his stead instead.
Both these teams have tried to sort of move away from the typical like Luna Snow Loki. Obviously, we saw Ken pulling out the Loki on the last map, but just with a different strategist partner. So you're right. I think that this is a map that we would expect these teams to have been playing in this situation with how well it's gone for Team PEPS. But the drafts, the bans, the picks, it feels that they have to be different for both teams. I think it was one thing that OG said in that first game, like we're like comfortable enough when it comes to taking out certain vanguards, like the Groot, like they've done here. For them, Enzo's Venom is like the third, fourth option is what he said. So it goes to show like how diverse and comfortable they are on multiple vanguards. No surprise that they're going to try and get rid of one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, I mean, Teemo on the Groot was a standout yesterday because, yes, hardest with the overtime Kraken impact was the thing that allowed PEPS to win that map against Virtus. But it was Teemo with the Groot and Leaf on the Wolverine, who are actually able to combo in the fight before overtime a Strangling Prison into Wolverine team wipe. So it's going to be a Wolverine protection coming on through for OG, so that Tanuki can get to play that hero. But crucially, just as you were talking about, right, the fact that both of these teams are sort of moving away from that traditional Loki Luna, we see a Luna protection coming on out from the side of PEPS, and it's immediately answered by a ban onto the Namor. OG do not want to allow that duelist to get through because he is one of the major counters to the Wolverine. The fact that you don't actually have to be taking the fight against the Wolverine, your Monstro spawns, those little squid turrets, can actually utilize just their AI to figure out when someone is trying to flank around and give you the heads up before the Wolverine can attempt that feral grab.
Yeah, and slow you as well because of the team up. It's a bit of a pick your poison, right? It feels like, okay, we picked Luna Snow. Do you get rid of the Loki to stop the kind of combo of ultimates happening? Or do you get rid of the Namor, which with that team up is going to make both Wolverines' lives a living hell? Which is pretty accurate for the character, to be fair. Logan doesn't necessarily have the most, you know, princess-esque happily ever after storyline at the best of times, but at least for Tanuki, it's been going a little bit better over than Leaf. Seeing Enzo actually on the Hulk is nice because it was something that Boga brought up at the start of the day. I think it is like the first time that we've seen it so far today at the very least, but the first time we've seen Enzo, I think, on it so far this Swiss stage 2.
Well, it's potentially just to clear that first high ground, as we talked about, because like you can see how aggressive PEPS are being in this positioning, having the Hulk be able to bubble all of your major members, and also potentially fastball Tanuki up into a position to try and grab someone out of PEPS' hold. And actually, they do manage to fastball onto Leaf, so that the Wolverine is not in position to go for an early feral grab, and it's PEPS actually who come through with the first elimination.
It feels a bit of deja vu from yesterday. Team Peps fighting pretty much right at the spawn doors. It buys them so much time and it forces back OG for at least this engagement. They are still sort of trickling in, trying to posture. Obviously, Ultimate's not available. It's only been 30 seconds. They don't build them up that quickly, but that's some great utility coming in for the Loki, the heal, and also the Thing being able to jump in and mitigate some of that damage on the teammates. Etsu wanted to create some space, manages to get onto the Doctor Strange. That's a big barrier that's taken out to block some of this damage, and no surprise for the rest of OG with the DPS that they're able to put out. Everybody else flops to the ground.
Enzo, is he going to be sticking with this Hulk pick as well? All of Hulk's damage is, for the most part, the primary at least, being melee, so it does go through things like that. Strange Shield does mean that Teemo is a little bit more vulnerable, but it is going to be PEPS actually going for a portal into the backline, trying to flip the map in terms of that positions so that they don't give up that first corner. Kidnap comes on out from Tanuki. The Feral grabs onto the Strange, and Teemo is going to be gone from this next fight. Fate of both worlds comes on through now that the defense is down one of those Vanguards to absorb all of that damage. But now we've got the last stand. We're just waiting for the Luna ultimate to be done before Tanuki picks his moment. Does he find anything? Yes, he does, but there's no eliminations off of the back of it.
There's so many ultimates, the copies coming in as well from the God of Mischief, so if you're seeing more than 2 Fate of Both Worlds, don't worry, it's not your monitor that's broken, it is just the way that this is playing out. But most importantly, hardest waiting towards the end of all these big support ultimates being used to unleash that Kraken's impact, to clear the point of all of these just mites of OG that are trying to scurry and play around it. They have to deal with the biggest one, the Magneto, that just hasn't quite gone down yet for this attacking side. It is still stuck. The payload has barely traveled 10 meters, and it's going to stay moving at the very least for OG. Finally, they're able to take it to create some space. And PEPS bought so much time. Again.
They need to block this Eye of Agamotto from Teemo. They don't have Fate of Both Worlds. Ken's not going to have a God of Mischief. The only thing that OG have to rely on, because like you said, PEPS' aggression just burnt off so much time in that overall bank, is going to be that regeneration domain. But if you burn that early, you get hit by the clobbering time. In fact, Shu and Teemo might work together to go for this combination. So if clobbering time hits, Teemo gets that free Eye of Agamotto without having to worry about getting it past one of those shields. Etsu pokes into the Kraken impact build-up. Tanuki actually gets taken down by the Luna. There's the clobbering time. Does Teemo manage to find the fall from the Eye of Agamotto? No, the focus from OG makes sure that the Strange is the next player to fall, and it's all Kraken impact for Etsu right now, getting reset after reset. Fate of Both Worlds is going to be coming on through. Potentially get shut down by Snaze with the Meteor. Yep. That's Natlock's taken out of the mix, but you still have to worry about another Luna on the field in the shape of that Loki.
Yeah, now Fate of Both Worlds used from the actual Luna this time from PEPS. Switch has got it going. It was a fight that really wasn't comfortable for PEPS to begin with because they didn't have those support ultimates. It was a really good clobbering time to buy them just a beast of time, but that's really all the teams are playing for at this point. Etsu has done so much over on this Winter Soldier, not able to play the Storm, which is probably what he would have preferred with it being banned out, but he's making it work. He's found a lot of control, and PEPS losing that first point but buying a hell of amount of time.
Can we just see the ultimate shot from Etsu? He's almost at another Kraken impact! And PEPS just burned both of their strategist ultimates, so they have nothing to mitigate it outside of just taking Etsu down mid-ultimate, and they're having to give up so much space. They know that Etsu, if he gets more poke, is going to have this ultimate online, and it's just buying OG so much more space. All of the time bank that they lost on A is being regrouped.
Trying to play for the high ground. They're actually going to try and dive in just on this action for OG. It was a team that was touted by Fanatics IGL Line Pro as the most chaotic, the most aggressive, and you can certainly understand why when you've got a duelist like Tanuki. It's very lore accurate in their approach, but when you combine that, this Winter Wolves meta, I suppose, it's coming in with the Wolverine and the Winter Soldier, it's no wonder why the whole of EMEA either really wants to play it or wants to get rid of both these characters in the pick ban.
PEPS gonna be trying to anchor with the thing. Street charge into clobbering time coming on through. Catches out two of the players on the side of OG. Etsu and the threat of that Bucky have now been removed. Monster Hulk comes on out from Enzo. Fate of Both Worlds as well on the field for both Switch and Ken. But Meteor M is able to shut down the backline coming through from PEPS. And that should be just finishing off some of those stagger picks. OG picking up B and moving into C, still with 2.5 minutes in the bank. PEPS have to find a way of stalling out this momentum. If they're not careful, they're going to get absolutely overrun because Tanuki has a last stand, and that might be the last possible moment for PEPS to turn this defense around.
Fate of Both Worlds should be available for this fight as well. OG have just kept this ante up consistently, and shout out to Snaze that was terrific on the Magneto. The Meteor M's were always finding impact, especially in these more precarious fights. A good pull from Hordis that at least finds that opening for Team PEPS. Got a Mischief to copy some of the support ultimates is online if needed, but right now it's just building up whatever you can. The last stand is going to be used on the side of Tanuki, trying to pull people out of position, but it's not quite enough. Alex is going to try and follow up with a Fate of Both Worlds over on this attack. The Loki copying it on the defense, and a Kraken's impact held in hand for Team PEPS and Hordis. He finds the first opening. Last stand, Tanuki just sort of going in with the aggression to try to find these picks. It's a lot of sustain, it's a lot of again and agains, but this just seems to only suit OG. They love playing at this kind of aggressive pace, even with that regeneration domain. The Loki still goes down.
Yeah, they were able to shut down the Kraken impact. Tanuki takes the Bucky down off of the back of that sustain coming through from Ken with a regen domain to keep his Wolverine up, and Tanuki gets the grab! So that Leaf is the one out of position now, not able to look to take the Vanguards down and force OG to have to peel in so they can continue this forward momentum. Last stand is going to be able to absolutely steamroll through 5 out of 6 of the players from PEPS, resulting in 2 eliminations with just everyone concussed, no one able to peel. And it's the Fate of Both Worlds just to aggressively pump up the damage statistics. And Snaze, he's got an Eye of Agamotto to deal with the recontest. Fate of Both Worlds means that CC immunity is going to keep that cart stalled out for just a little bit as Lee finally now swaps over to the Spider-Man, swinging into action to try and keep this fight stalled out for the team to regroup through the strange portal.
Holding on, only 3 meters on the point with 30 seconds left, thanks to PEPS taking that time in the beginning, but the Eye of Agamotto is going to shove people off of it. The clearance is there. A nice ultimate. You got Etsu trying to just get in by the spawn doors to stall this, but there's still people arriving on the side of Team PEPS. They're stalling, they're going down, but they've bought a good amount of time, 7 seconds on the clock. You wouldn't have thought that considering how blisteringly pacey that was from OG once they got past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, C can be a real pain to just full push through. Unfortunately, for the side of PEPS, when you go for those just like last minute swaps where you have to prioritize heroes with higher movement and mobility, you forego some of that burst damage and also win conditions that you're trying to build towards. Like Spider-Man isn't going to team wipe, right? Iron Fist isn't going to team wipe. What they are going to be able to do is provide an additional health bar to keep that fight stalled out to potentially hit into the reaches of overtime. But OG just continue to put that aggression forward. Tanuki was something that PEPS had to deal with, and if you weren't able, or rather if you were able to deal with Tanuki, then that freed up all of the space and resources for Etsu to be able to take advantage of. Meanwhile, you've just got everybody keeping everyone else alive, like Snaze and Enzo. One death on both of the Vanguards, one death apiece to Ken and Alex as well. On the Strategist, Etsu and Tanuki were just taking all of the focus fire and converting it into whatever OG wanted as a win condition.
Looking at the eliminations, final hits are plenty. Snaze, yeah, cleaning up very nicely when he was on the Magneto. Slowed down a little bit, but 30-1 over on a Vanguard is, yeah, a performance that I guess Boga would certainly be very proud of. Want to be seeing exactly that. Enzo showing to be one of the most flexible Vanguard players, I think, at least. And OG now on this defense wanted to try and match what PEPS have been able to do with these very aggressive highline holds, forcing stuff out. But they've already kind of chickened out a bit to the same level that we've seen from PEPS on their defenses, at least.
Yeah, it's nowhere near as close. It's going to be more of a poke fight over the long distances of main. Ken does get a lot of value already, 50% to that first God of Mischief, and actually finds the first elimination. Leaf gets taken down by the Loki, and now Etsu, emboldened, gets to move forward. Tanuki not going to be able to grab the thing back, but can absolutely do the damage to net the elimination from Snaze with the follow-through. And while they might not have been as forward as their opponent, it still worked out the same and burned a lot of time off the clock.
I mean, sort of first part of the fight won. Ultimates, really, it's a fate of both worlds for Switch, and God Mischief for Ken, who on the Loki has been terrific, getting these ultimates out, finding the well timing of it. The thing has tried to dive in to find things moving for PEPS, but it has been a little bit more of a counterattack, I suppose. On the objective, you've got a lot of heals coming in from the runes of Loki and his clones, I suppose. And a pull out of position into a Kraken's impact finds OG the opener. God of Mischief is going to be used to copy these fate of both worlds, seen on both sides. Hardest has his in hand, and much like he has done previously, Moxie, he's holding it down. Unfortunately, holds it a bit too long, and the reset is going to have to come in for PEPS.
Yeah, the fate of both worlds from Switch is just a little bit too slow in being able to save your Vanguard, save Teemo from Etsu's eye with that Kraken impact, and it lends him to get that first reset. And then once that dance floor is done, Etsu is still going strong with Kraken impact lasting as long as it does. If you can find those resets, and because of this, OG retained the position that they had previously. Hardest does have that hero moment play potentially for the Kraken impact of Pep's own, but you can see that everyone from OG is playing very much respectful and aware of it. We're going to see the God of Mischief coming through from the side of Natlox. Fate of both worlds now going to be coming on through from Alex as well, and Hardest is still holding on to that ultimate.
It might be like by next week when we get into the playoff stage it gets used. Last stand, thought it was going to be for Tanuki, who I think gets it worse, but no, Leaf is going to be the one that pulls it out to at least try to pull people into awkward positions behind the tree for the rest of the team to just try to CC them down and take the elimination. Now PEPS have got things going, but it's been a bit of a taste of their own medicine from OG, who have bought more time, I think, at this stage of their defense than PEPS were even able to do.
Emo needs to have this meteor shut down the God of Mischief coffee coming out from Ken when he goes for that Luna. Fate of both worlds to stop Hardest shenanigans from winning PEPS. Another chance at Spider Islands yet again. Agamotto comes on through. Tanuki is already removed out of the fight. Here comes the Kraken impact. The Loki might have gone for the copy, but his clones are still available for the resets. And Hardest is getting to hit again and again and again. PEPS get a second lease of life for a third time on Spider Islands off of that duelist.
He's been quietened down, not necessarily shut down as Hardest. But here, holding on to that ultimate for the perfect opportunity, using it as a reset to just get onto the high ground. And Tanuki, last stand, is the only thing that OG have available to them here right now. PEPS It seems that they want to try to match what OG were able to do with this just constant fighting in the second point, not letting teams reset on the various bits of high ground that both squads have available to them. And it makes sense. You've got a good amount of ultimates. Your tempo's better. It's just whether you got the read on exactly what is available to these defenders. It is just last stand. That's good. There's no support ultimates, and the clobbering time is going to find that clearance, surely.
Here comes the last stand though. They weren't able to find the elimination even with the CC upon the Wolverine. His passive just too strong in keeping him standing. And OG are actually going to be able to retain that position on B despite PEPS' best efforts. They did everything that they could, like you said, destroying that high ground, making sure that Tanuki was not able to hold his positions, had to go through the gauntlet of poke to get close enough to have an impact in that fight. But now, unfortunately for PEPS, they're going to be stuck inside that spawn room, and they're going to have to burn a lot of those ultimates just to be able to walk forward.
Yeah, 2 minutes left at this point. PEPS need to be able to finish the map, otherwise it is going to be the series going OG's way, and ultimates are plenty for the defensive side. It is a great leap to put pressure over onto the Doctor Strange, but the healing that comes in from Ken again is good enough to keep things alive for the time being. The support ultimates are just going to allow this space for Etsu. The resets coming through, the clearance again, PEPS sent back to spawn.
That is going to be rough for PEPS too, because every single time they make this approach, they have to get past Etsu with the Bionic Hook. They have to be able to spy check Tanuki's position, and he is holding in these really awkward positions just around those corners, around those rocks, trying to prey off of whether or not PEPS aren't able to keep their Vanguard safe. And there it is. It's not a Vanguard this time though. He goes for the kidnap onto Leaf. They know that last stand is potentially going to be the thing that turns the fight to PEPS' side, and they want to try and take the Wolverine down before it can come into play. Fate of both worlds from Natlox's copy. A light switch to come and through of the elimination, and Hardest takes down the second Vanguard. This might be OG finally losing a fight on B, but they still held on to a lot of those ultimates. They've got that Eye of Agamotto to make sure that PEPS have to just remain respectful and distant from this team. They can't push for more, and that's going to allow OG's ultimate economy to start to re-battery up.
That's the main thing. They have another fight to go here, and with 20 seconds left, it could be the last fight. There's not going to be too much room for error for PEPS. A lot of damage already taken on the point. A leap almost like baited from OG to try to pull people out, maybe force out some ultimates if they were available. But there it comes on the defense. The Bionic Arm to just keep that CC in. Snaze going down. Should be the perfect chance for PEPS to roll with this. The Meteor M literally snowballing themselves down. Another kill. And Hardest, he's definitely coming alive in these clutch fights. I think you said it yourself, Moxie. When it matters, this Winter Soldier is in a position. The reset not going to be available just yet off of these culling stacks, just because of that Fate of both worlds coming in off this defense from Alex.
Well, Hydra's murderers, when you cut off one head, another comes back into play, but Hardest unfortunately does not have a reset to set up another Kraken Impact hero moment. Can PEPS finally see themselves through? We've got the grab, comes the knife from Leaf. The eliminations still on PEPS' side. They just need to try and finish off Etsu on this Winter Soldier, off on that off angle, making PEPS have to turn their heads to worry about someone getting hooked out of position. Trooper's Fist allows Hardest to set up that play onto Alex, and yet again, PEPS managed to scrape on by, heading into C just by the skin of their teeth. 1 minute, 19 seconds left. Hardest already almost halfway to the next Kraken Impact. And in comparison, Alex and Ken's ultimate charges lagging behind. If Hardest can manage to supercharge this ultimate up, there's a world where PEPS can finish this map with time on the bank.
They've got a minute now. And Tanuki, it feels really uncomfortable for him in particular now, because as soon as you try to dive in onto this backline of PEPS, everybody, literally everybody turns around to deal with him. He's not there long enough, and Snaze at least finding the Maelstrom explosion to find the kill. Now it's just the timing of the Eye of Agamotto. Are you going to go for the play? It's high up in the air. It connects onto multiple, and he's found himself a great ultimate. The response is coming from a Meteor M for Teemo. It leaves pulled Snaze right off of the map for the time being. And OG have still got enough about them to keep a hold of this. There's 20 seconds left for PEPS to make a last go of this.
It was an aggressive play, and it worked out! And the grapple! Natlox from absolute nowhere! Etsu is a Houdini, reaches into his hat, pulls out the Loki, and suddenly PEPS have to push with one of the strategists down.
There's another Kraken's impact too. Fate of Both Worlds has to be used. It's whether there's a burst enough to break through all of that healing per second. Is now you got all of these clones from the Loki bringing these runes in to just keep the sustain going for the time being. As Peps, I think the ultimate suit them for at least a second as Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used over on his defense from Alex. Tanuki as well, last stand, trying to pull people off the map, but it's Leaf that's able to do it consistently over and over. The Mirrorverse of these two Wolverines taking chunks out of each other does lean the way of OG. They've cleared the point. There's not going to be a chance for Peps to take this, and it's going to be 2-0 for the OG squad.
Yeah, OG able to just see themselves through those clutch hero play moments that Peps were looking to set into motion. I mean, Etsu with the bionic hook, the fact that he was able to pick out the Loki as that last fight was getting ready to gear up, and Peps, unfortunately, the time bank was against them, the numbers was against them, but regardless, they had to commit because it was either that or lose the fight no matter what. That's such a rough position to be in, but I mean, the scoreboard tells you everything. Absolutely. Ken and Alex, together combined, two strategists, died a total of 6 times. That's that's literally more than half of one of the players from Peps's backline.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams had some really good peel for their supports. You know, Tanuki, it's difficult, more difficult than we've seen on like domination maps, I think, for either of the Wolverines to find the same amount of success that Tanuki did. But it just gave so much window for Etsu and Hardest, who, you know, I don't want to go over that like NBA meme of like no help, but that's kind of how it did feel for like Hardest. He was great at getting those eliminations, but it was few and far between. It was those brief moments that they maybe find a kill. But for everybody, for OG, it's such a back-to-front way of playing. They're all on the same page. They're all communicating in French, I believe, as well, right? That it seems that they're just well-suited to be a top dog going into the playoff stage next week.
Yeah, Peps, unfortunately, the communication in French and the Kraken impacts were not able to see themselves through this victory, but sort of returning to that point of what we saw in terms of the amount of eliminations that OG were able to find, and specifically the roles that they were able to find. This was actually something that we got to see when they versed up against LG, because they would be able to come on through and pick out the strategists and normally have the total number of eliminations being more lopsided towards the strategists than either the Vanguards or the Duelists. So it really does go to show that every bit of damage that's coming through from OG's side is meaningful. It's not meaningless. And when we talk about, you know, meaningful damage in comparison to meaningless damage, we're basically saying meaningless damage is damage that doesn't result in an elimination. It's onto something like maybe your Vanguard, you're just no brain shooting the tank, and then that actually charges the enemy team's support ultimates faster than your own, so it actually works against your team more. Meaningful damage is damage that does result in something like an elimination or one of those really precious cooldowns being forced. And when we look at the strategists, and we know that the strategists were the ones for the most part being pressured, you could sort of see when we were looking at Peps's Loki and the POV from Natlocks, the amount of times that regeneration domain was being forced early goes to show that OG knew exactly what they were doing going into every single one of those fights. Force out the cooldowns, put Peps into a panic, break the communication and coordination between the team entirely down.
I think for like, what are the stakes after this for both teams? Well, for Peps, like, you at least end this week, maybe not in the position that you were hoping for, especially when you had such a solid performance yesterday against the dominant Virtus Pro. But you had a dominant, like, a performance against Virtus Pro, so there's plenty of good to take into it. I think for OG, it is the perfect response after yesterday's loss against, like, Luminosity Gaming, where it did feel like their control was a little bit better, like Tanuki had a much better, like, individual performance. Maybe those nerves of representing an organization like OG with its history and just an S-tier organization overall. It feels that this team have, like, settled into their shoes a little bit more. And I'm sure that they are gunning for some revenge against LG next week. And of course, maybe trying to get that first win against Virtus Pro once we get to that playoff stage.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting as well to see the lay of the land as a whole for the EMEA region, because you looked at the fact that PEPS were the first team to take a map against Virtus Pro. You would probably expect this one to be a lot closer. In fact, I know all of us, Boga included, right? We were expecting it to be a free map series no matter which side that it went to. So the fact that it was a 2-0 and a shutdown in such a dominant fashion for a lot of those fights, especially that last fight, it has a lot of questions now to be put to the side of, is Virtus Pro going to be able to continue widening the distance between all of the other teams? Is everyone just going to be fighting for second? And it puts even more precedence on the last match of the day so that we can see whether Luminosity Gaming are going to measure up against Virtus Pro, given the fact that they were the ones that beat OG yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, at this point as well, we're going to have an interview with OG Etsu very soon, but it is a chance for them to like kick back a little bit and also see how like Fnatic is going to perform a little bit later. And obviously that matchup of Virtus Pro versus LG, the top dog, which they have lost to in previous tournaments, granted under different names, not under the organizations that represent them now, but also the team that beat them yesterday. That I'm sure that they're going to want to try and make sure that they don't lose to next week, where things get a little bit more spicier once we get into that double elimination bracket. I think though for like PEPS, I think the only question I had, Moxie, really is just, what do you think, because we're not going to be able to talk to them, what do you think is a good thing for them to potentially take into next week?
I think for them, this is a good lesson to learn where like they have to have other moments than just hardest being the one that pops off in the overtime. Like reliance on Kraken Impact can take you far, but these teams at the top levels will be able to isolate down that Bucky and live through the ultimate, especially if they're starting to realize that that's the win condition for PEPS, right? They just have to weather the storm of the Kraken Impact and then come through with the second wind in the fight and survive it. And that's, you know, exactly what we got to see today.
Yeah, I also feel like we've sort of seen a lot about like Lunar Snow and the strategist meta, but I think that's probably one of my favorite Loki performances from Ken too. Was just, it felt that they knew their assignment really, even in the maps where Lunar Snow wasn't available, they were still good to go with it. But we are ready to go with an interview, so we can hold on to that talking point for a little bit later. We're going to be joined by Etsu, and I believe their manager for translation as well. So if you guys can hear me at this point, congratulations. A really nice win to back off your Swiss stage part of the tournament. I do want to talk about yesterday against Luminosity Gaming. So in a short way as possible, what went wrong against LG yesterday that you worked on in preparation for today's game?
I mean, actually, maybe just like yesterday, we had a plan at the start against Luminosity, and at the moment we just changed for no reason actually. So we just lost two games for nothing. So actually today we just said, okay guys, we stop trolling, we keep our plan and just play like we are doing in general, and that's what we did today, and we went 2-0 against the PEPS.
So talk us through a little bit how to play into the Winter Soldier, because for that last map in particular, it very much felt like it was you versus hardest, and whoever's Kraken Impact would find the most value would be the sort of team that won the team fight. What exactly goes into the success of making sure that the Bucky Ultimate finds its value?
I mean, actually, Bucky is really good because you have a lot of opportunities for your team. You have the hook, you have also the ultimate, so you can do a lot of combos, for example, with the ultimate. So you have a lot of value from the Winter Soldier right now. So it's like a little bit of Wolverine, you know, the fact that you can grab people, so you have a lot of chance to kill him and just get the win easily. So I think that's why Bucky is really good right now.
I do want to talk a little bit about your DPS duo, right? Tanuki. I think he had an exceptional first map on Wolverine. What has it been like sort of playing with him? Because I think he's sort of more known for like other melee characters, right? And I think he struggled in some games as Wolverine. Like, how do you play alongside a Wolverine like that, right? Like, he's trying to not only catch people, get eliminations, but it feels that they're also trying to pull people out of position. So how do you best support that, I suppose, without Tanuki just diving in, getting eliminated, not being able to do too much?
Yeah, like you said, I think that Wolverine can't carry the game alone. You have to get a team behind to help him if he needs. So for the support, I think it's really hard to help him every time. So Tanuki have to play safe sometimes, to find the perfect moment to go in, to get some really good catch for the team. So I think that if the team is able to play around the pick, I think it can just be really good for everyone in the team for the Wolverine pick.
And how has that integration process been? Because obviously Tanuki is actually a relatively recent addition to the roster, right? He wasn't a part of Yonkanda before you got picked up by OG for the Season 0 of the Marvel Rivals Championship.
I think that yes, the fact that Tanuki is playing a lot of characters is helping a lot actually, because he's playing like Magic. He can play also maybe Iron Fist, because yesterday he played Iron Fist. So the fact that he can play a lot of characters is good and can be bad for maybe some teams, but for us it's helping a lot, and for me too, because I can focus on my characters. And then we played a lot of scrims to see what characters can be really good for him and for us at the same time. So hopefully it's working. So yeah.
So now looking ahead, because we have a lot of questions about, the landscape of the EMEA region and the power rankings of individual teams. When you do match up against Virtus.pro, what do you expect is going to occur?
Actually, Virtus.pro is really good. For on the paper, I think that they have to beat everyone. But I think that on this Invitational, they can lose some maps against different teams. So we saw yesterday that they lost the maps against PEPS. On the paper, Team PEPS are not better than Virtus.pro, so this is a surprise. And yeah, I really think that Virtus.pro can maybe not finish top 1 at the end of the Invitational. We'll see anyways.
Am I back? Hello? Sorry.
Hello.
I don't know what quite happened.
Back, Ryan.
I did have one question. It was a baller question, so I do want to ask it, right? Because you've got, later on, you could sit back, you're done for this week, you'll be playing in the double elimination next week, Etsu. You have got Virtus.pro versus Luminosity Gaming later. Who do you want to win? Do you want it to be the team that hasn't dropped to series yet, that you probably want to be the team to first do it? Or do you want the team that beat you yesterday to win? I imagine you want to beat both of them, but in that matchup, do you feel that Luminosity Gaming have enough about them to beat Virtus.pro?
For me, actually, I hope that Virtus.pro will win 2-0 against Luminosity. This is for me, of course. But it can be a really good surprise if Luminosity are taking a map, because like if even Luminosity are taking a map against Virtus.pro, it means that even us, or for example Fnatic, because they have a really good roster, can beat Virtus.pro for the future. So I hope that Virtus.pro will win 2-0, but I also hope that Luminosity will maybe take a map at least against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very impactful match to be able to keep your eye on. Thank you so much, Etsu, for coming in and joining us. Before we let you go, is there anything that you want to say, any shout-outs that you want to give to either your team or your fans?
Well, a message for my team. I just want to say that I have a really good team, really good members in. We are playing well, so I hope that we'll continue like that. We have the potential to do something really good, so actually I'm really happy to play with them. And for the fans, just thank you for the support, and we'll see you the next week.
Thank you so much. Is there anything you want to ask Ryan before we let Etsu on his merry way?
I don't think so, other than the question before. I just it was a pleasure to be able to cast you guys, and I'm excited to see what you do next week.
Thank you.
Before we let you go, actually, because this was... Oh, he's gone.
He's gone.
I was going to say, were they expecting it to be a 2-0, or did they think it was going to be a free map series as well? Because that was the big surprise. On the desk, we were all expecting that one to go the distance. But I mean, Ryan, they were just firing on all cylinders today. Like, Tanuki, Etsu, the entire team, like those duelists. They got
Yeah.
that moment to shine, and it really goes to show like why OG made the moves that they did. Your Encounter was a very strong roster before they picked up Tanuki. Had a couple of flaws in terms of flexibility. You heard it from Etsu in the interview, right? Now that Tanuki gets to come on through, he gets to play the heroes that he wants to be able to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want. And if there's any sort of blind spots, I suppose, on your hero roster, you have now got 4 to 5 days in order to try and fix it and see exactly what other teams have been doing meta-wise. So yeah, I mean, it's a great chance to go back, see what needs improving, see what needs doubling down on, because that's your win condition. And I think Tanuki can certainly most be that for OG.
Yeah, speaking about going back, we're going to be going back to some of those highlights from the last match before we get ready to head over to a caster change. It's going to be Legday and Kenobi right with you after this short break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. I was just going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, but force him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping!
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Timmy Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But I think both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova! Coming through! My favorite time! Sandwich in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on! Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA coming right back at you. Another two teams sitting at 1-1 in our Swiss. Another two voices to bring you all the action. I'm Leg Day, joined by the wonderful Kenobi, and we've got ourselves a banger coming up, bud.
Oh, I'm so ready for this one, Leg Day. Not only this matchup, but the one after that, and just closing out this Swiss stage. So many narratives to talk about as we get through this third day, and we're starting things off ready and rearing to go here. We had two games previously, and now getting into the nitty-gritty with these teams that are, with that 2-win column, and now going and seeing what they can bring into the momentum going forward into the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, particularly excited to see how Twisted Mind's going to be dealing with the ban phase, given they've got some specialists on their team. Team captain is in today. Obviously well regarded as one of the primary low gang abusers. The terror of Vanguards everywhere. Kaiser on the bench as well, a very specialized Squirrel Girl player. Really likes to have that long-range poke. On the other side, Fnatic, I think, are a lot more classic when it comes to their comps. They're all about doing the nitty-gritty fundamentals of top-tier Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about this Twisted Minds roster, and one of the things that when I've been casting them, and Moxie mentioned, that you got to pass a lot of skill checks to beat this team. You got to pass your perception checks, you got to pass your constitution checks. You just got to make sure you're rolling well, because if you're not focused solely on this TM team and you're not ready, you don't know exactly where everyone is at all times. They like to make things very chaotic. They like to bring things down into that chaos, and that's really where they thrive. And it's going to be an interesting contrast of styles between, like you mentioned, the chaos of Twisted Minds and the more precision of Fnatic as we do get to the ban phase. And Venom taken off the board already. I think Fnatic very much are not really in favor of playing against that Venom based on what we've seen previously.
Yeah, that's going to allow Team Captain to protect the Wolverine here, to allow some for their specialist to play on his better hero, but it's kind of been proto-banned in a way by Line Pro protecting the Invisible Woman here, whose psionic force is very good at disabling those feral leaps.
Yeah, you do still have team captain, so, got to bring it to the table. It is going to be protected, but you're right, that force physics against the Wolverine is going to be one of the key factors as we look through this series, and it feels like, really, this Fnatic team loves playing this Invisible Woman more so than anything else, and because of how good Line Pro is at it, this very, very much feels like a confidence pick, where it's like, okay, we're going to give Twisted Minds what they want with this Wolverine, but we have enough faith in Line Pro and enough faith in his Invisible Woman that he's going to be able to negate what the Wolverine wants to do. So we'll see kind of that matchup in particular, how it's going to end up going.
Yeah, the compositions already that we're peeping here are going to give some insights as well into how we're expecting dealing with the Wolverine to go. Blacks in particular is going to be vulnerable to being grabbed here by Team Captain. On the other side, we have the thing for both teams, immovable by displacement, and so not too worried about Wolverine. And Kaya's going to be able to respond to any feral leaps by using that metallic bulwark to absorb some damage.
And one of the interesting things as well is that there isn't going to be, looks like for Fnatic side, unless they switch it up at the start, there isn't going to be that availability to have that Iron Bulwark to be able to negate the Feral Lunges coming in from Team Captain. So it really is going to be about Line Pro figuring out a way to get rid of this Wolverine engagement with that Force Physics.
The battle starts in 5.
All right, both Wolverine's going to be walking out with the additional jump pack here, I imagine. So any kidnappings will be extended via the airtime. That may. Oh, look, Pox is actually playing on the Scarlet Witch as well. That's going to give the first engagement here for Kaya access to the Metallic Chaos for additional burst damage on the rollout. And here it is, Monk Mudder popping the E on the Storm. Excellent damage. And Exo's already fallen down. Doesn't even have time to use the regen domain. That's a perfect pickup. There's going to be no healing for Line Pro. And Kaya really is able to leverage that Metallic Chaos. The strategist line of Fnatic has already been blasted away in record time.
Yeah, that was a really good engagement. And I think that one of the things, the disruption that we saw from the thing actually really completely started to turn that around. But it was able to be cleansed really effectively by Twisted Minds as they're able to hold forward now, and Pox is going to be on this Storm, really pushing out the damage with all of the sightlines that you have. This is really where Storm is going to get a ton of value. A very early regen domain committed though, leg day. That's something to look out for.
Deppy grabbed and executed. Look at how far Bro was taken. Black's managed to find that on the other side. Now moving over onto the point. Wolverine in their sight. Still a passive that's available here for the side of Melio, and Kaya under siege as well. Has to use some Metallic Bulwark in a more greedy way, and that means that afterwards, the mitigation of the Wolverine not going to be quite so much. Instead, you're going to mitigate it via the means of violence. Networks already gets to the Yancey Street charge. Is going to pick up a knockout in the midst of all of this as well. Out comes the fate of both worlds. That's going to be used to get a little bit more staying power as Pox is grabbed from the air. Melio showing off that they can Wolverine with the best of them.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see Fnatic try and push their advantage a little bit more. Feral Lunge doesn't manage to find anything, and actually Deppy goes down, so this is going to be more positioning and more time taken off the clock, as actually Omega Hurricane is committed here just for tempo. It should be able to get a lot done.
Wow, this is actually super brave in terms of positioning. They are right outside the spawn of Twisted Minds right now, but Monk Mudder just decides to put the boot in, knowing that it's unlikely Isaac commits that Fate of Both Worlds, and they're so close to spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have 5 ultimates, so good tempo and good ultimate rotation understanding from this Fnatic team that lost that first fight, but seemed to be calm, cool, and collected as they continue. Another Fair Leap doesn't manage to find anything. Clobbering time, only onto 1 on the back end. Fate of Both Worlds has to be committed, though.
Oh, Black's noted. An attempt to try and push him into oblivion, but instead it's going to be a regularly developed knockout coming through from Team Captain and those raged up claws. A copy coming through. God of Mischief developed by the Loki. That's going to be Exo being able to answer any incoming damage, or at least Line Pro's had Sylvie copy over that invisible boundary. Team Captain just going to wait on the outside, hoping that something comes on through. Last stand. No! It's a little bit of a mess up there from the side of Melio. Had them up too high, fell away, wasn't able to follow up the damage. That's all heal. That's all free healing ult charge. Out comes the invisible boundary here. Line Pro going to be able to dive inside to keep themselves safe against what Pox has brought to the table. Kaya taken off the table here by the means of a Feral Leap, and Blacks, of course, can't survive when faced with the damage that Team Captain brings to the table versus those Vanguards. A second attempt here at the Omega Hurricane coming through from Monk Mudder. They didn't expect Monk Mudder to have it up this fast, and that means Isaac's taken down in the midst of all this. Still, Pox finds their targets.
I think that was from Monk Mudder, maybe a little bit too over-aggressive there, because if you would have held on to that Mega Hurricane, you would have had a free ultimate for this next fight, and at 99 when we're at that last fight territory, that would have been a great way to take a win, but there are no strategist ultimates, and Isaac is down early. What a pick. That means there's so much healing that's going to be lacking, and this clobbering time from Networks should get a ton of value here.
Unreal Portal there. That's at least some second-tier advantages gained off the back of that Omega Hurricane. Pox amps up the E, takes out Melio, unable to survive in the midst of all of that. Out comes the clobbering time. 2 Vanguards are going to be stunned on up. However, Pox up in the air is unbothered by their Vanguard's plight. That's a big eye of Agamotto. This could be 2 final blows. And indeed, Blackstyle grabs those final hits at the end. Fnatic, despite a couple of troubles, are able to really leverage Isaac being missing to turn this around.
And like we talked to yesterday with Networks, this Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used here just to try and stall a little bit longer. Is there going to be a portal available? I think I hear it, so the stall's going to keep ending up going here, but that Fate of Both Worlds will run out soon. They need to get on point.
Deppy finally delivers, going up onto the high ground. This is going to mean that it's overtime in favor of Fnatic for now. Sylvie has access to the Trickster God if only it's going to be needed. Monk Mother tapping Isaac here, trying to force them to drop down, but Isaac just stays up next to the Omega Hurricane and tanks the damage, and they're unable to take the amount that's coming forth. Kaya, do they just fall midway through their ultimate? Grabbed out of the sky by Melio. You can't absorb Adamantium Claws. It's just too tough for metal. Monk Mother reigns over and places a crown upon his own head. Storm surveys the battlefield, and this is going to be a slobber knocker of a match.
Yeah, it definitely is. And one of the things that I was talking about, we talked with Networks yesterday about this combination between the Thing and between Doctor Strange, and he said that it works really well against the double shield. And you can see why, like these fights when we have them where it's very scrappy, if the double shield isn't really able to hold their spacing and take these engagements like they want to, very precision based, in the like mid fights, the Thing gets so much value because it's just it's wrecking what the enemy team wants to do. And the way the Fnatic are playing, a little bit of chaos in their own right, kind of playing to what TM likes to play, and it seems to be working out for them. But you're right, Legday, this is very close between these two teams, and it should be an absolute barn burner.
Dude, Deppy's being frozen out of this. Look how little damage he's done. Unideal. It feels like Deppy in these particular matchups is just getting bullied out by Monk Mother or Melio. And obviously, we talked about how the double shield struggles against the Thing. Maybe Networks is just punching a huge amount of damage into Deppy.
Yeah, I think that definitely is part of it as well. And that combination, again, between that Eye of Agamotto and between the clobbering time is one of the best combos we have right now in this current meta. So not seeing too many changes from either of these teams. Line Pro still going to be rocking on this Invisible Woman. And we didn't see too many Force Physics really get a ton of value, but just the threat of having them there, you can see how respectful Team Captain has to play against it, not going for those Feral Leaps, waiting for the perfect time before those cooldowns come out.
Yeah, the patient hunter gets the worm in many cases. Deppy for now just looking at a sky-high Thing and feeling a little bit of fear already. A disengage coming through from Twisted Minds. They want to try and prioritize the point as it is a grab onto Black Sao coming through from the side of Team Captain.
Oh my god.
Oh, Melio. What a last stand. Grabs 4. Still the follow-up not quite there. Instead, Networks gives over the peel. Clobbering time. Stuns up multiple players. Team Captain, though, does not care about the health pool of the Thing, and now is going even deeper in. More Vanguard suffering at the hands of Wolverine, and while there might be enough healing to keep them up, there isn't enough to force them onto the objective.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are able to take control of that point, really clutching out. That was a 5-man, it looked like, last stand coming in from Melio, but the peel was so fantastic, and then the turn onto Melio, taking down the Wolverine, so the follow-up damage wasn't there, and then Twisted Minds were able to come back in, and actually, Dippy is going to be going over to that Thing, so not wanting to really have this Doctor Strange. It wasn't getting the value like we talked about in the mid set leg day, and now going into something that can match what Fnatic was bringing to the table.
I dig it. Oh, mid-air intercept there between Melio and Team Captain. Melio wins out that one. However, there's still more than enough healing here. A God of Mischief copying over onto the Luna is going to have access to that Fate of Both Worlds, and Melio's been drawn into the midst of the enemy team. Laxo just about manages to drop in with the Eye of Agamotto, but the burst is not there to deliver the final hits, and the knockouts can't be found. Isaac stands in the midst of all this. Blasting. What is Bro doing on damage boost? He's making Pox even more brutal. Just the Omega Hurricane doing far more than Monk Butters could have.
And like one of the things I'm really loving from what Twisted Minds are doing right now, every time Melio is making these engagements on the Wolverine, instantly turned on. There have been a couple of fights where we've seen Melio get some really decent Feral Leaps, but instantly gets taken down through the passive as well. So the target selection and the communication from Twisted Minds really making the difference as we start these engagements. But Monk Mara coming in, has that Omega Hurricane, no strategist ultimates on the other side to deal with it. This should really, really hurt Twisted Minds.
Networks poking away on the front line, but you can see that these grouped up teams, they are going to suffer at the hands of Pox. Out comes the Omega Hurricane. It's likely to be answered by a Metallic Bulwark. Perfectly played there, actually. Good job from the Magneto. Still in the end, 2 final hits comes from the Omega Hurricane. It's too strong an ultimate to really be denied in the midst of all of this. Melio is going to be able to easily slice through stone with Adamantium Claws, and it's a fairly textbook retake here for Fnatic.
good patience as well, because they waited for themselves to force out the regen domain coming out from the Loki, and then they decided to use that Omega Hurricane, only having to use that single ultimate, and they're about to have 5 in their back pocket for this next fight. The biggest one is going to be, can they find those strategist ultimates in time to deal with these upcoming very, very key ultimates coming in from Twisted Minds?
Yeah, critical mass ready to go. Already using the damage reduction. Melia might be wishing they had that back as the remainder of the team is just going to pop onto point. Trickster Goddess,
last stand,
or Trickster God coming on through. Mischief for plenty, and that's going to mean an extra fate of both worlds here. An attempt to dunk on them with the Meteor M. Now that's going to be matched here by Kaya, potentially onto Line Pro. Clobbering time stuns up to Melio and Black's going to be the main recipients of that. Line Pro falls super low, and Kaya is more than happy to chill on through right now. Pox bringing out the Omega Hurricane. It's a lot of damage to try and deal with, but Sylvie's been able to bring out the fate of both worlds. Copied away from Isaac with the God of Mischief. Oh, a last stand drags Monk Mother out of a healing ultimate. Do you mind if you just step into my office, bruv? And we'll have a little chat about this one. Twisted Minds should be able to bring this one to 100%. There's no touch to be seen. Melia might actually have lost out on the portal there as well.
That was so unreal clutch there at the very end by Team Captain, taking down Monk Mara, who was 1% away from that Omega Hurricane, and there were no strategist ultimates on the other side. So if Monk Mara lives through that, there's a potential that's going to be able to be turned by Fnatic. Super, super good target selection and clutch plays coming from Team Captain on the Wolverine, which is kind of what we're expecting with a player like this. And again, I'm really, really liking the target selection from Twisted Minds. Melio has not had the same amount of value as Team Captain has had in these last previous ones, and now you can see a little bit Deppy starting to, show up in the score feed a little bit with this thing. I think kind of getting off of that Doctor Strange really, really is making it a lot easier for Twisted Minds to maneuver around these team fights.
Yeah, Team Captain pulling ahead when it comes to these final hits as well. 10 in his favor. And it's also playing that kind of off Vanguard role where they're taking a huge amount of damage, and that feeds over a bunch of ultimate charge as well. Asgard looks glorious, but only one team can claim glory as we head over to the Gardens for our final round.
And so Monk Mara now should know that there is going to be no strategist ultimates on the other side, so there is going to be a free Omega Hurricane. It's really about forcing out that regen domain early, and maybe the way that Twisted Minds can get back into this one is if they find a Feral Leaf at the start, but here comes the Omega Hurricane. This is going to hurt like day.
An opening from Monk Mudder. Dreams of damage, but it does seem to have been answered by the regeneration domain, and then the shielding of Kaya. A statue of Loki falls atop them, and on top of that, the clobbering time does too much disruption to Twisted Minds for them to survive this one. It's going to be first cap going the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that's when you have to take if you're Twisted Minds on the chin right there. You didn't have the ultimate economy, and now you just want to leave and not get any of these staggered picks out as a Feral Leap comes in, but it's actually reversed. Uno reverse card, but no, Wolverines end up falling at the current moment.
You can get that additional Berserk state off of being thrown by the Thing if you do desire. That is available to both of our Wolverines here. A returning Omega Hurricane coming through, this time from Pops, bringing out the invisible boundary. Kai is actually dragged in the midst of all this. Isn't in LOS of their strategists, and so the healing can't be delivered. Everyone else surviving what Pops brought to the table. Clobbering time doesn't seem to actually grab anyone when it comes to the stun, so no follow-up's going to be found in the midst of all of this. Black's falling low, unable to really deliver any real value with the Meteor M, maybe just eating up some projectiles in the midst of all of this. Nice metallic bulwark, might save Isaac, but it's only for a moment. Still, it's going to be too long lasting, the Hurricane for this, and finally the hit is taken to the edge. Berserker Rage, that's going to be the last stand onto Kaya. Still Grow is surviving, does have a pocket coming through from the Loki.
But throughout all of this leg day, I mean, it's still Fnatic who have the percentage and who have control. They're taking it upwards, and these fights have been very expensive. A nice Feral Leap comes in. Kaya, taking down low, has to commit Meteor M to stay alive.
All right, up into the sky with the Meteor M, floating away from that scary Wolverine. In comes the Omega Hurricane. Pox grabs two, both Monk Mudder and Line Pro.
And I think, like, if you're Twisted Minds, you had to commit a lot to that team fight, but it did last long enough where you were able to farm up back towards that Loki God of Mischief. You're going to have a support ultimate here to be able to deal with the one coming in from Line Pro. The biggest thing that I'm going to be looking out for is Team Captain on this Wolverine being able to use that last stand to force members out of those strategist ultimate. But a great Feral Leap, and Kaya is obliterated.
Huge grip, and guess who joined them? The Thing now has to use their Yancey Street charge to try and escape. Line Pro actually used the invisible boundary offensively there to try and cut off any healing potential from the backline. Last Stand doesn't grab overly much here, and with a little bit of panic, it seems like Exo has had to use their own ultimate here. Sylvie on the other side has to pop the invisible boundary. There were 5 stuns coming through from the clobbering time of Deppy, but Fnatic just rush on over like a tide. After the support ultimates run out, the strategist can no longer sustain against the tide of damage, and it flips back to Fnatic.
And now I'm loving the decision-making from Fnatic this time, who are being the aggressors. They're actually focusing down Kaya, and it's getting a lot of value. Portal is going to be committed from Deppy to try and get back onto this point and stall it out. They do have the Fate of Both Worlds, so a lot of sustain.
Fate of Both Worlds, but what can it answer? Melee might be able to drag people out of that.
It's 5! Oh my god!
Oh, that is so many! Melio! Unreal value! And guess who's hanging out in the sky? It's going to be the Omega Hurricane from Pox, but Monk Mother has been fallen down to that as well. Lost their own Omega Hurricane in the midst of all of this. Line Pro doing their best to try and heal on through. Team Captain going to be collateral damage to all of these projectiles coming in and out. Oh, it's by the skin of their teeth, Kenobi. But Fnatic, take it away.
And it's Melio who has a insanely clutch last stand. 5-man last stand there. Gets 2 KOs before the Fate of Both Worlds can even get out in that team fight, just patiently waiting. And Melio had a very good first map. The second map focused down a little bit more, but respecting and changing kind of that play style on that third sub map really, really changed things there. And Melio, the hero at the very end, clutching things up.
Yeah, big respect here to Networks getting a lot of value out of the Thing. And I think that it allowed Melio to have this extended survivability as well by using that defensive leap onto a committed Wolverine. So that essentially you had 2 of his E cooldowns. You know, his rage allowing him to sustain a huge amount of damage, just extend that a little while longer while bringing Networks in to have that additional damage as well on target.
I think the other thing that was really interesting about this, like that third sub-map in particular, was the focus on the Kaya, because Kaya is, you know, Magneto is one of those heroes where it is very adept at dealing with things like that Wolverine, but that Iron Bulwark only lasts for so long, and you can get obliterated, and the target focus after the Magneto was getting taken in with those Feral Leaps was fantastic from Fnatic in that third map. They really made sure Kaya wasn't able to stand and spam and be that kind of offensive leader. You need to create that space for the Thing to get value. So I really like the kind of changes that we saw in the mid-set and adaptations from Fnatic to change who the focus was going to be on.
Now, when it comes to leaders and team captains, Line Pro walking away with the MVP is showing that leading from the front can often be the best idea, and really is putting a lot of pressure out with those projected barriers as well in front of a storm. Creates a very unfair duel between Monk Mother and Pox, which could have been critical when it comes to generating those Omega Hurricanes, and it felt like there were constantly storm ultimates going off, and you're probably going to see a lot of them in these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes,
Arrows! Camera shield! Hold smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Unafraid of taking the Wolverine mirror against Team Captain, Fnatic are here to play, and they're making statements that your protects don't matter to them.
Yeah, I think that the way that they maneuvered around a lot of what the Wolverine was trying to do, and Team Captain, I mean, had some good moments, but actually Melia was the one at the very end who had the biggest clutch up for that team of Fnatic. And I think for Twisted Minds, it's a little bit back to the drawing board for them as we go into the pick ban, because it feels like Fnatic is just saying, like, yeah, you can have your Wolverine if you want. We're going to get everything we want at the same time, and they're going to be feeling totally fine with that, as we do have our next map. It is going to be Spider Island, like that.
Yeah, we'll see if Kaiser comes in to play that scroll goal. Unlikely on Spider Islands, if I'm honest. Isn't the greatest place for a scroll goal. Very multi-lane when it comes to level design. Not very much of a single lane, like something like a Clintar A defense in particular. I'm very much looking to see if we maybe see a group ban again, which was an interesting one coming through, I believe, from Twisted Minds last time around. On the other side, Venom was taken off the board by Fnatic.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic are very much opposed to playing against this very, dive style. It's one of the things that when they played against Luminosity that they really struggled with, and they're just going to take it off the board entirely. They don't want to be playing against that dive, don't want to really deal with that chaos, as Hela will be taken off the table for for Twisted Minds. And for me, that always screams Storm is going to be coming back in somehow, some way.
Okay, a Protect here on the Lunar Snow instead of the Logan here, which means that we'll likely see an Invisible Woman Protect just in case coming through from Lion Pro. Invisible Woman has kind of been his hero du jour over the course of this one, and they're just going to allow Team Captain to continue playing on Wolverine. Maybe they consider it a bit of a trap card.
Ah, well.
Wait.
Well, no. Well, Cast Accursed. Unfortunately, it's banned, and I think the Namor ban makes sense as well. You don't want to be giving that over with how prevalent the thing has been in this matchup so far. Giving over Namor with the Luna, with that team up is just, it's nightmarish for the thing to play with. But that does mean that Groot is now open and available, and something that Fnatic are very adept at playing. So we'll see how Twisted Minds are going to be able to deal with it, because I think one of the things that Fnatic is doing so well right here is making Twisted Minds play Fnatic's game, which is a little bit more clean, a little bit more, standard. And Twisted Minds' real value came from when they could get a lot of these flanks, and especially on this map that we saw Twisted Minds play in yesterday, the Namor was very, very adept from Pox. So now it's not going to be happening.
Yeah, I think that taking that Namor off the table after we see the Lunar Snow Protect is a very important tactical maneuver for Fnatic, who, it's very interesting to see a world where Twisted Minds not only just don't play the Wolverine, but take it off the board themselves. Maybe a little bit worried about what Melio can bring to the table on that, or potentially thinking, hey, we're kind of out Invisible Woman here by a specialist like Line Pro, so maybe we don't take that particular duel.
And one of the things, though, that we do have to be worried about now is that Team Captain is going to be on this Winter Soldier. So Bionic Hook is going to be something that does really, really impact a lot of what we see in terms of these neutral fights, because of the fact that you do have the Brutes that are a very easy target to hit if you can get past those walls. But then it becomes down to those bulwarks from Magneto to see if you can keep those members alive.
Shades of Sparker here, as Psylocke's going to be one of the premier heroes coming through from Melio. Hasn't been part of his hero pool for a long time, and obviously saw a lot of usage during Season 0 when Hawkeye was essentially permabanned alongside Hela. Isaac just going to be using the Ice Arts to clap a bunch of cleaving heals through the remainder of their team. Twisted Minds are actually giving up a fair amount of space here.
Yeah, but Black Star's already 75% towards this ultimate from that group, so the Strangling Prison is going to be very, very ahead from what Deppy is bringing to the table on the other side, and that could be a difference maker. I don't know if TM is even going to be aware that that's a possibility.
Deppy taking a bunch of damage. Actually, the Ice Arts being used at the same time as the Regeneration Domain could be truly troublesome. Networks gets grabbed in by that Bionic Hook, but with all of these clones, there's plenty of healing available. Oh, it's too late on the side of the God of Mischief from Loki. The healing's not there to save the wayward Groot, and now after this ultimate is done, it could be a brutal Strangling Prison from Black. So Lion Pro finally has their ultimate expire, so that healing's no longer going to be available. Bionic Hook's already been noted. In comes a reinforcement. Out comes the Kraken Impact. An attempt to maybe take down Sylvie in short order, and there it is. Taking away that barrier. Team Captain's going to try and turn this one around off the back of that Kraken Impact. The Dancer of Butterflies as well, becoming incorporeal. Melio forces Team Captain to flee away, and they'll flee permanently at the hands of Black So, who managed to grab that one off the back, but Pox chasing down the remainder of Fnatic is going to be able to clear the board.
And it actually, Pox dying that early in that fight actually was a boon to Twisted Minds. They was making that defense because of the fact you could come in when all of those strategies ultimates are down, and it's a free Omega Hurricane at the very end, but really, really heads up play from Kaya to be able to take down one of the members that was hit by the Kraken Impact, give those resets over to Team Captain, who was able to turn that fight completely.
Definitely just taxing this intro right now, making sure that Networks isn't a significant threat as they come on through, but Blacks actually took an alternate route to make sure they were continuously able to do something with this. Oh, you saw Melio going over towards the back, lots of damage onto those Vanguards, but right now Monk Butter is in danger, forced out the regeneration field from their own Loki, and Sylvie's going to be able to get a bunch of ultimate charge off the back of that. Exo's going to hit it first, though. Nice right click coming through from Pox. A huge amount of the healing's going to be missing. This might be a little bit too much in terms of investment from Deppy, as I think that one might have already been finished.
Yeah, I think that one was done and dusted right there, but they will be able to catch these stragglers potentially, and then that's just time taken off the bank. So it could have been, you know, it could have been way worse if now that they use that ultimate, they're able to secure those picks. They're able to now make sure that this last fight is going to be the last one that they have, and you're going to be looking at Kaya specifically, again, with that Meteor M. These strategist ultimates are going to be so difficult to deal with if you have to be worried about that huge bionic metal ball hitting you right upside the head.
Yeah, when you're playing Loki as well, there's always the real danger of free resets coming through from those clones and duplicates. Network's up high, has access to the Eye of Agamotto. That could be troublesome. There are a couple of stuns to try and get in his way, whether it is the Absolute Zero from the Luna or even the Bardic Hook coming through from Team Captain, just raising the shield to have that reliable counter out. Oh, that's absolutely massive. A four-person Eye of Agamotto. Team Captain still tries to turn it around, shutting down networks in the midst of their ultimate. Asteroid M takes to the sky, but that's a nice dodge there. How did Blackstone get that done? With the jump pad of all things. Unreal reaction speed coming through from Blacks. Now just going to be able to disengage away, keeping themselves safe on the cart. We're in overtime though, so someone needs to be staying on this at all times from the side of Fnatic. It's coming down to Monk Mudder to do it, but dragged down to the ground by Pox. Omega Hurricane deals so much damage. The Vanguards are too difficult to try and dislodge from here though. Kaya standing up to all of this melee damage. Unlikely. A retake could be on the cards as Deppy swapped over onto the Doctor Strange. There's a Spider-Man in the midst of all of this, opening up the portal, dropping on in straight away. Pox caught once again. The Spider-Man's down as well. Deppy surely can't stand up to all this damage. Through the portal, a frag is given by Sylvie. The clones are stacked up. The damage is there, and it's a cap for Fnatic.
And Leg Day, I'm a little bit worried about this recontest. That's a lot of ultimate charge they just gave over to Fnatic to be able to very easily snowball through this second point. We talked about it yesterday on broadcast. This game is very snowbally, and look at all the ultimates that are so close for Fnatic. If they're able to cycle these effectively, they should be able to just come out of these fights with using just singular ultimates, trading 1 for 1, 1 for 2, and they're going to have such an insanely good macro bank to just get through not only second Leg Day, but potentially even third.
It's all on the cards. Deppy, oh, the danger. It was too much. What's up, danger? I found out. In goes the stance of the butterflies, the regeneration domain not available, and so they're just relying on vanilla healing, and it's nowhere near enough. Melio is just marauding through and claiming everything he wants.
And this last fight, I mean, that's good. It's good tempo from Fnatic. Again, just using that singular ultimate from Melio. And now they have 5 in their back pocket. Monk Mata waiting patiently, seeing if they can find Pox. Actually doesn't manage to find it, but forces them out. But look at the ultimate difference that we have here in Leg Day. This has to be a Helm's Deep effort, but a huge strangling prison comes out.
Unreal. This is going to force out so many ultimates as well, so many defensive tools. And you know what's going to happen after that Fate of Both Worlds expires. That's why our camera's on Monk Mata right now. The Omega Hurricane is ready to go. You are in danger. The backline going to be taking a lot of damage. You're actually going to try and counter Hurricane here. Great focus onto McMudder. What a response coming through from Twisted Minds. Yeah, Kaya doesn't get too much off the back of the Asteroid M here, but already one of the major offensive threats has been taken away. It's an absolute forest on the point right now. Deppy given over the Metallic Bulwark. The bubble given. Extra safety network has been found. Another strangling prison. The cleave is going to be massive coming through from McMudder. The Pox can do exactly the same as Deppy's coming on towards their own strangling prison, and it feels like Twisted Minds are well in control. They're going to try and stagger this out. Wow, with only 20 seconds remaining, that is brutal.
Like, there is one thing that I am a little bit worried about. If I am Twisted Minds off the back end here, that is a huge pick, but look at Networks using that portal to get back over to that payload, and look at Melio. That's a Dance of the Butterfly, no supportive ultimates. This has to be a great regen domain from Exo.
Fnatic demand a hero. Melio is here to answer the call. Mugmud already taken down by Pox, winning out in that aerial duel. Exo has swapped over with the God of Mischief to have access to that Fate of Both Worlds. Melio's just going to wait it out, heads to the sky, moves on in, the slice and the dice. Exo's the first to fall, and you bet that Isaac's going to be the second. Sylvie's trying to chase it down after having got that copy. Out comes the Omega Hurricane. It could be too little too late, though. Pox could be focused down when in the midst of all of these enemies. Melio has been taken down by Team Captain, who's going to be able to come in alone, but one body on the car is not enough, and that's going to be C ready to go.
The patience from Fnatic, they're really, really helpful. Just waiting for EXO to be done with that copy Fate of both worlds and then throwing out a perfect Dance of the Butterfly. Fnatic get to live another day as they start moving through third here. A minute in their time bank. Omega Hurricane available as well for Monkamata, and we don't see any defensive ultimates. A 4-man Strangling Prison. Oh, it's a disaster for Twisted Minds leg day as Fnatic will clean up. Maybe a little bit over-aggressive from Monkamata. I don't know if you need to use that ultimate there. That's a little bit of overcommitments in my books.
Yeah, I think that they probably could have got away without using the Omega Hurricane, and now Kaya's going to be able to get something potentially off the back of the Meteor M, and Team Captain, this is going to be a huge ultimate.
It's going to get a lot. I mean, you really have to be looking out. No Strategist ultimates just yet. Can Force Physics push away maybe the Kraken Impact in time, but it looks like it's an advantage right now for Twisted Minds when it comes to those ultimates.
Isolation onto Deppy, Strangling Prison. Contemplated for a moment. It could be combined with a Kraken Impact for something major. In it comes. And now on top, the dunk from Team Captain. The invisible boundary could try and make things happen. Look at these doubled up ultimates coming through from the side of Isaac and Exo. It's bad comms, bad Marvel rivals from Twisted Minds to double those up, but it might be enough to just have the overwhelming power needed. Out comes an Omega Hurricane, this time from Pox. Line Pro dodges away, trying to avoid that incoming damage and attempt to try and focus down the storm in the midst of the ultimate, and it works out here. The overcommitment of 2 strategist ultimates might well have been a death knell for the side of Twisted Minds. They had everything they needed and they still couldn't deliver.
And they have nothing now right now, leg day to stall. They can just try and just get these members on the card. But Networks is going to have an Eye of Agamotto here that should be able to be as free as he wants it, even if it's necessary. And I don't even know if they need it as just a celebration at the very end. Fnatic, when it looked like there were a couple of times there where they were going to get held, they clutch it up with some great mid-fight team planning, some great target selection as well. And you mentioned it, the difference in that was the overlaying of those support ultimates. That really was the difference maker, because then one of the things Fnatic is so good at leg day is patience of using ultimates during like very chaotic fights. And that really, I think, comes down to the communication that this team has, specifically with Line Pro probably shot calling, that we can pull back, we have our copy from Sylvie, we can use our God of Mischief, get another invisible boundary, and we can just tempo our way to a victory. Really, really clean stuff from Fnatic.
Yeah, clarity of comms, I think, is the name of the game here for Fnatic, as you alluded to. Let's have a quick look at our scoreboard. Look at this. Deppy actually picking up the ace for Twisted Minds at the moment. It's both the groups, but there could not be a more profound difference right now in how much damage has been done. 21k from Blackso.
Also, the Strangling Prisons from Blackso have been unreal so far. Every single time I see it, I feel like I'm seeing those little stun markers on the UI. It's 3, it's 4, it's 5, and it's just making so difficult for Twisted Minds to deal with all of that pressure. And not seeing too many changes. Is it still going to be Networks on the Doctor Strange, not opting in for the Magneto, as we've seen a lot from Twisted Minds? So one of the things it does offer is kind of that ability to push forward with another shield of your own and then have the tempo, but that's a fantastic wall. And this has just been all Blasu all the time, it feels like, on this group. This is probably worthy of a ban if we even go to another map.
Yeah, it was the ban in the first map, and now the fear has been brought right back here. Blackso's just got such APM on the group. Actually, I believe gets hit by a Bionic Hook there, but body blocked by some of the architecture. Look at the woods that are being erected right now. Absolute greenery on display here in the path of the cart. Pox falling low, going into that psionic sphere, actually drags them down to the ground. Another strangling prison. My goodness, look away, children. This is not rated for kids.
I mean, this is a group masterclass as far as I'm concerned right now with what I'm seeing. This has been absolute, complete domination. Deppy's only at 80% towards the Strangling Prison, and Blausu is just having the time of his life, it feels like, right now. And for Twisted Minds, it really is going to have to be a Herculean effort to try and get this pass first.
Networks already pressuring out Kaya here. A Dance of the Butterflies in the back seems to have been answered by Exo. Maybe I'll just use the regeneration domain and then copies over the Luna using the God of Mischief and instantly launched into a Fate of Both Worlds. There's plenty of healing that's available. Answered by Line Pro's Invisible Boundary. Still with all of this healing, they've somehow lost 2. Maybe the cart was LOSing the heals, and ever this cart is a little bit mischievous in how much it can block line of sight. Wait,
different
Luna spotted?
I think they,
maybe
think
my
they
fiber stagger.
Oh, they should. I'm looking for walls. Actually, okay, Luna's able to get out. So that means there is going to still be Fate of both worlds, which can match the Omega Hurricane. But the biggest thing is that there isn't going to be another one after that. And Fnatic have done such a good job baiting out those Strategist ultimates.
There it is, the Eye of Agamotto onto multiples. Mike Murder here to try and follow it up. Storm on storm violence, but it's only Team Captain who falls down for now. There's going to be a strangling prison. That should be enough as the Meteor M should dunk down upon
Oh my god, Black!
Following up their own! Black thinks it's winnable! Gets 2 off the back of a Thornwood lashing. Melio just going to dance around the cart for a moment. By a second or two, but Twisted Minds have finally broken out.
They've broken out like they, but at what cost? Pretty much everything in terms of their resource bank with ultimates. Yes, Exo's going to be the closest one at 65% towards that God of Mischief, but if you're Fnatic right here, you're feeling so good with how much time you have milked off the clock. A minute and 30 seconds is all that's left, and look at this. Melio so close towards that Dance of the Butterfly. Exo needs to find a way to get this Strategist ultimate in time to block that.
Needs to save those regeneration domains as well. They're an excellent answer to the Dance of the Butterflies, and here they are coming on out. That should effectively mitigate this, but
the walls are so good.
Caught unawares. Yeah, the LOS blockage by the walls goes crazy. An attempt at a re-engage here as Exo copies over, using the God of Mischief onto Isaac, pops the Fate of both worlds, and Line Pro's going to answer in response. Another isolation off the back of the Ironwood wall. Team Captain went a touch too far forward, didn't have a Trooper's Fist to get over. Isaac was on the other side. Please come through. I beg you. The healing wasn't there.
And I mean, you can see Kaya is just like, I've had enough. I need a way to get around these walls. And it's going to just be on the Hulk just to offer a little bit more. Pox gets taken out by Melio, and it feels like Twisted Minds. Everything is falling apart for them. It's unraveling. This is the last fight that they have a chance. And Melio looking for the flank. Oh, this is going to be nasty.
2-0 on the horizon right now. Of all things, Kaya's moved over onto the Hulk, into the back. Pox has access to the Omega Hurricane. Mugmudder's feeling exactly the same, finding 2 squishies in here. Is only going to be able to find a final blow onto one of them, though. Team Captain falls down. That's huge. Unreal. Goodbye to a pair as Network separates souls from bodies and make sure that this mortal coil will be ejecting them in short order. Pox found in midair. It's a rare frag for a Loki to find, and this is going to be 2-0 for sure. Team Captain might be the cap, but I'm afraid it is over. Leadership, they're just going to be separated from the cart via the walls. The healing is going to be good. Can you even burst Isaac through this is the question. It's going to be a desperate thing to do so. The Hulk has come on through. Melio takes to the sky. A dance macabre. It's a little bit of a final showdown. In the end, Fnatic defend so proficiently. 2-0.
Yeah, we got to start banning Groot against Blausu. This has just been an unreal performance from this Groot. Every single strangling prison, again, it felt like deserved MVP. I mean, there was no question, it felt like, for me, how well Blausu was playing this. I mean, every single time, the walls were so good. The strangling prisons were so good. The usage of everything and the way Fnatic played around it, just fantastic. Melio deserves a shout as well, I think, for being a real pest on those side angles and making things extremely difficult for Pox. But it feels like this was won in ban phase like that. Like, get rid of the Venom. It's one of the things that Fnatic is really, really not good playing against. Keep the Sue Storm as comfort for Line Pro, and get rid of Namor in particular when you saw that Luna on the other side being protected, because that was one of the things that Twisted Minds is so good at. And we talked about how you need to pass skill checks to play against Twisted Minds. Fnatic rolled nat 20s on all of them, just every single one. They were playing fantastic.
I mean, they're kind of mind games. Twisted Minds into banning their own Wolverine as well, when Wolverine is such a strong counter to Groot. If you're not going to ban out Groot and you leave it on the table for Blackso by having the Wolverine just unavailable entirely, I mean, bro puts up 54-3 as one of the most vulnerable vanguards in their game. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like the Wolverine would have made a difference there, especially with being able to be one of those best counters to Groot, like you mentioned. And I think for Fnatic, this was since they had that little blip against Luminosity at the start, now it's been a 2-0, another 2-0. They look very poised, and they're kind of matching up to what we talked about with them being probably the second best team. Won that tournament previously, that VP didn't enter, but now they look like they are definitely poised to get a podium in this Marvel Rivals Invitational.
Yeah, we had incredibly high expectations of Fnatic coming into this, especially with their roster. I'm just going to say roster adjustments. Some might say upgrades. Blaxo was a new addition and seems to be playing very well. Melio was a new addition as well to this team. And it feels like LinePro's done a great job of integrating them both into the command structure of this team. The fight planning has been fairly sublime so far. Even if we saw a little bit of a meme strangling present from Blaxo, maybe thought it was winnable. Like, bro
it was close.
The eye of the group, man saw a 5-man and was like, I could do it. Trust me.
I think if they had like one more person in that team fight, it probably could have been changed. I mean, Melio was also very close to just like being able to turn that around, but it felt like it was really just good tempo from the entirety of Fnatic. And the fight planning is very good, but also the mid-fight coordination was also something that was fantastic. And I think that the big difference that we saw was like Twisted Minds, they've been honest about how chaotic their comms are. In that one fight that we saw with the overlaying of support ultimates, where Fnatic were so incredibly patient with theirs throughout pretty much the entire series, that kind of, I think, is really what tipped the scales so favorably in Fnatic, because we heard from Hades yesterday, it's a very snowbally game. These games snowball very, very quickly, and we saw Fnatic take those snowballs and really, like, just... So there's memes about like pushing them down the mountain, and when the time they're at the bottom of the mountain, it's just a giant boulder. So the way that Fnatic have been playing and utilizing their macro has been very effective.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things about this team as well is that they're one of a few teams that doesn't lean on the Lunar Snow. Lunar Snow right now, I'd say, is probably the most popular, or at least in terms of our meta, one of the most popular supports alongside Loki. Going for that double fade of both worlds seems to be the comp du jour in our current understanding of Marvel Rivals, but instead of a double invisible boundary, it's a little bit more offensively pilled, being able to block off like other healer sight lines for those strategists. We do have an interview here. I believe Melio is going to be joining us from Fnatic, one of the newer additions to the roster, but one of the standout performers from today. Hello, Melio.
Hello, what's up?
Congratulations on the win. I'm gonna just open up by asking what it's been like to be integrated into Fnatic. It's a big pickup for you, considering you weren't on the team for MRC Season 0.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really big thing to get picked up by Fnatic. In Season 0, I tried to play with a different team, even though this was actually the team I wanted to play with if it didn't work out with the other team. So being able to play with this team now is really, really good for me, and I'm happy about it. I love these guys.
So talk to me a little bit about what it's like to play with Blacks, because that it feels like you are blessed with a very good group player in Blaxo, and how you as a DPS and as a duelist kind of maneuver around the calls and the communication structure, because it feels like Blacks is hitting these ironwood walls very effectively and making your job much easier. How does that kind of communication work?
I mean, the way Blacks does it is just different than other people. The only comms he actually only do is just he says, look, or wall. That's the only thing he ever says. Blaxo is a guy, he came from Fortnite. Yeah, he came from Fortnite, so he has extremely good wall awareness.
It's all making sense now. It's all making sense now.
He's going to be cranking 90s on the edits. I see
exactly.
behind you.
That's what he does.
A poster of Einstein. So I've got to ask you, who's the smartest player on the team?
That's LinePro. It has to be LinePro. He's just such a hard worker, and he just studies everything. You could say LinePro is kind of a coach, a manager, and a player all at once. Like, this guy does everything there is to do. So
then walk me through a little bit about kind of like the team environment, because you had early you lost that series on day 1 to Luminosity, and then since then it's been just crisp and clean Marvel Rivals throughout the entirety of it. Who's kind of the one? I mean, is it still LinePro being the one who's like keeping you all calm, even though you had that little blip, and now you're kind of playing up to the standards that were set for you in the previous kind of with the power rankings and everything? Is that really LinePro, or is that kind of all of you just saying it's just one game, we can move forward?
Yeah, it's just kind of all of us. The first day we were all really nervous, and I think it hit us harder than a lot of other people, because some of us the first time we're in a big tournament, so it's a new environment for us to adjust to, and all the viewers and such really affect some of us a bit more, but we adjusted to it really well after the first day.
Nice.
So
what's the... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so LinePro, how the team environment works is he is the IGL, he talks a lot, and he makes sure everybody's okay, right? We enable each other with LinePro. And everybody the first day was just really nervous, so we couldn't really be enabled fully, and we talked about it. And I love the team environment that we do with Line Pro, where we just all sit and talk about it. There's no toxicity. We're just all a bunch of guys that really like each other and sit and talk about things when we get mad or when something doesn't work. So yeah, that's it.
Line Pro's got such like dad energy, you know. Like,
Yeah,
bro,
really,
bro
really
takes
do.
care of everyone. It's important to have someone like that on the team. I don't want to make it all about Line Pro. We're interviewing you,
Oh, of course.
but I do have to ask about the Invisible Woman, which is kind of the trademark of your team right now.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like strategies that are particularly focused around like the invisible boundary or how the shield works? What's the goal of playing so much Invisible Woman?
Well, we're a team. We're really good at studying like what works and why. Like when something works and something doesn't work, we always try to figure out why it does not and why it does. And Invisible Woman, when she came out, she didn't seem all that good, but Line Pro was convinced that she was just great because he could see the potential with the cooldowns. Just like Wolverine is really good because he can grab a tank into our team. Invisible Woman gets an insane amount of value by being able to pull enemies into our team. The shield is really good against a bunch of things, like a Magneto ult trying to throw on Sylvie, our other support. Then Line Pro can just put a shield. There's so many different ways you can use Invisible Woman's kit. And we do play all the other supports, but that's just what we favor the most because we can beat the other teams really hard on Invis.
So as a duelist, I mean, having, you know, this shield, does it just make your life a little bit easier in terms of like the matchups as well? Because I know that we've seen there's times where if there is an Invisible Woman on the other side, you're really relying on the strategist to kind of, you know, as easy as it sounds, hit the shots. But does it make things like a little bit easier for you as a duelist to kind of pilot these matchups, knowing that you potentially have this extra shield in your kit to be able to turn the tides a little bit?
Yeah, it does help quite a lot. I think Invisible Woman helps Hela the most. When Monk is playing Hela, they have a great like synergy. Like Hela is enabled a lot from Invisible Woman, but it also enables me and Wolverine quite a lot. Because if there's somebody that are quite like just slightly too far away from me to pull, then he can pull them first, and then I can pull them after, or the other way around, where I pull them first and then he pulls them. It's just overall a really good synergy.
Oh, yeah, the combo pulls are something that a lot of people are going to have to contemplate over the course of this. Congratulations on the win, Melia. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations being picked up by Fnatic again. You guys totally deserve it, and I can't wait to see how you do in the bracket.
Thank you. Have a good day.
We shall do. That was Melio coming through from Fnatic. Quite the impressive display. I didn't expect this one to be a 2-0, Kenobi.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it feels like Fnatic really, after that first day, have tuned things up to 11 a lot of the time with what we're seeing from them. And it's really funny, like kind of this Papa Bear energy that Line Pro has, but it shows up, I mean, in the play, in the way that they are just so well-oiled as a machine, being able to maneuver these fights effectively, change on the fly as well, kind of where they want to have that target selection and things like that. So it's, for me, Fnatic look like they are kind of one of those other teams besides Virtus.pro that's going to be able to contest for that title.
Definitely a big team to keep an eye out for, but you keep your eyes on these highlights. We have Virtus.pro going up against Luminosity Gaming after a break. It's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your
support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
Endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a
Beautiful.
reset. It cost an extra
Absolutely
ultimate,
beautiful.
it forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Info going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. And Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
Where both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield, hold smash.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
One match remains in the Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA Swiss stage between our two teams that are currently sitting at 2 victories and 0 losses. That's right, Kenobi. It's Virtus Pro versus Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, the granddaddy of them all between these two teams, and two 2-0 teams, like you mentioned. And one of the things that I am super interested in is the difference of playstyles that we have between both of them. VP kind of likes to play a little bit more of this EU brawly or EMEA brawly style like we see a lot of the times, but Luminosity Gaming is bringing over some flavor from the Korean competition that we saw a little bit earlier in Asia with that dive composition that's really risen to the forefront. But one of the things that's also interesting, Leg Day, is that Luminosity Gaming, not the best on that first map, so we'll see if VP is going to be a little bit angry after Virtus Pro lost their first map as a unit in 6 months yesterday against Team PEPS.
Yeah, after months and months of not losing a single map since this team was formed, finally a map was dropped against Team PEPS. And like you alluded to, for Luminosity Gaming, they aren't the hottest starters, is the thing. They have some issues within their first maps. I believe both of their victories thus far have been reverse sweeps. So the question is, can Luminosity Gaming get their first fight or their first map nerves out of the way? Are they going to open up with a ban here onto Luna?
Yeah, and I would expect potentially from Virtus Pro here to see a Venom ban. Yeah, because so Luminosity Gaming love their dive. They love playing the dive, and Venom is so important to that right now, especially with how good Trust Me has been on the Venom throughout the time that Luminosity have been getting these victories. And now I'm interested to see what that Protect is going to be from Virtus Pro, and it's going to be the Hella. So this means that I think Storm is going to have a lot less value here. And if I am going to be giving any, I mean, it is going to be protected, but I'm always worried if I see Fi on Hella, because I would say Fi is probably one of the premier Hellas in all of Marvel Rivals right now.
I think you'd be right there, Kenobi. But on the other side, Sistroid is one of the few that could possibly challenge Fi for that title. But for nasty aimers, Veloki being banned away as well here by the side of Luminosity Gaming. They're really trying to carve out this niche of Mantis being the support du jour by using these bans. Star-Lord has been taken away as well. That's going to take a few teeth away from the potential for the Mantis and Adam Warlock, because they're not going to be able to get that third Karmic Revival recipient.
Yeah, I think Level 1 Crook is pretty much not only played, but I think is for the majority of the time played this Mantis. And I think getting rid of the Star-Lord, I think, is a very smart ban, just because I think the Star-Lord is actually the most important part of this Guardians of the Galaxy combination that we see a lot of the time, because of the fact that you just throw that Inspire from the Mantis onto the Star-Lord, go in with the Blaster Barrage, layered with an Iron Bulwark as well, and guess what? You've got 30% to your ult, you're doing a ton of damage, and that Star-Lord ultimate is one of the most impactful in the game. So already, I think, very good understanding from Virtus Pro and what they want to do in the pick ban. They just want to, make sure that the dive isn't as prevalent, but also, if you are Luminosity Gaming, you got rid of every single anti-dive hero. It felt like no Luna, no Loki, you protected Storm for yourself, and we'll see if that's going to be something that's going to be a boon for this team.
Yeah, it could be a big W for Luminosity Gaming to be able to craft this particular matchup. Nevix, however, is feeling pretty good at the moment. Rather happy to be on the group, just like Black. So, really proficient group player. We have quite a few of them here in Europe, and that's going to need to be answered by LG, who don't like to really match the group as far as I've seen.
Oh, and Leg Day, I'm looking at Sparker right now on the Psylocke. Probably, you can argue, the best Psylocke in the world right now, and that has made it through the pick ban. And with Fi alongside with the Hella, this is going to be a lot for Luminosity Gaming to deal with, because you have these two premier duelist players on their premier heroes.
I think people underestimate how much the Psylocke does to really neuter the angles of a Storm as well. Can instantly incinerate that Storm with a couple of left clicks being comboed into a right click. I believe there's a big flank coming through at the moment from the side of LG. They're playing in those catacombs to the left-hand side. Trust me, he's actually just moved up onto this high ground to try and take it away. And that's Fi being hit with a headshot for damage, which you can see this double flank coming through right now from Luminosity. They've mugged Saipei in the back, and yeah, Narg has been traded, but Trust Me is untouched, and Crook's just doing so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're reading the art of war from Luminosity. Great pincer maneuver from them to start things out. They get control of the high ground, and then they go all the way back around to that back end. Fi gets completely caught off guard by that incoming damage, and I love the decision-making of bringing Crook along with Sestroid in these flanks, as the portal is potentially going to be here. No, it's not going to be there at all, so it's going to be a complete first point for Luminosity Gaming, and they are running right now. And like we talked about how Luminosity Gaming, they don't wake up until the second or third map. They are wide awake right now. They got the caffeine in their system.
Yeah, this is unprecedentedly adept gameplay in map 1 from Luminosity Gaming. They are looking so good. And there's always a pocket coming through for Destroyed on these off angles. Out comes the first ultimate. That's going to be Trust Me, who can't absorb the arms of Groot, and so is easily fragged through the protection that Meteor M offered. And with an ult invested by Luminosity Gaming, they lose the fight. That's not an economic W.
Yeah, it's not an economic W, not a positioning W either, because this is where the walls from Nevix are going to get so much value in this enclosed area, and it's really going to have to be Luminosity Gaming committing a lot of resources to try and brute force their way through all of these Thornwood walls.
Entangling Prison, ready to go. The last place you wanted to go, though, is into Trust Me or the Doctor Strange shield. Out comes the Omega Hurricane. They want to get rid of Fi first, even taking away the Bridgeway, decided to lurk. Fi actually was a little bit wide. They escaped the Eternal Bond. Both Sparker and Fi, their positioning not good enough when it came to the healing that was available off the back of Dreedro's ultimate. And now Naga is just able to maybe pick up an ace here. No, never mind. Trust Me, he's taking that one away. It was close enough. LG get huge value off the Omega Hurricane.
It's crazy that they were able to find two through that. I mean, it was the Eternal Bond, which doesn't, have that much healing as it did previously, but still, it feels like both of those duelists going down so early was really, really disastrous for Luminosity Gaming, who have, again, this Soul Resurgence coming in from the Mantis to blanket a lot of the incoming damage that's going to be coming in from Sparker, who's going to have Dance of the Butterfly. But if I'm this team on the enemy side, I really want to be forcing out that dual strategist ultimate before I use my tank ultimates.
Dance with Butterflies used here by Sparker, and well, Nevix managed to find a lone Naga, take them out of the fight for a little bit. It's actually been traded out. In comes the Strangling Prison, and that's grabbed in a couple of players here for Nevix. The follow-up's not been entirely there, though. However, in the later stages of the fight, finally the damage becomes too much. They've managed to actually freeze out one of the strategists right now, and while it will be an escape for the Invisible Woman, since they can just slink away, that is going to be LG halted.
Good job from Sparker, just forcing out the Soul Resurgence coming in from level 1 Crook, and then it's just going to be a free Strangling Prison on the opposite side. So very good attack already, but the defense has been putting up a pretty good fight. 2.5 minutes left here for Luminosity Gaming to move forward. And when I see Trust Me with this Meteor M, I always look at the Strategist Ultimate, specifically against the Eternal Bond with the Cloaking Dagger. That's one of the key counters to it, and we'll see if that's going to be one in this next team fight.
Dunking on the Cloak and Dagger is super important. We actually heard from Melio just now about how important it is for the Invisible Woman to be on it with the shield when it comes to protecting Cloak and Dagger during that ultimate and stop the Meteor M from hitting pay dirt. In comes the Meteor M to begin with here. It's going to be an opening from Trust Me, already feeling rather low and seemingly not able to grab too much off the back of that one. Maybe blocked out by the Invisible Woman, who simply don't know. Omega Hurricane ready to go inside the invisible boundary. Naga is slowed, and he can't really be healed either because he's imperceptible to the backline of LG.
Yeah, I'm unsure, like about using these Meteor M's as engagement tools. We've seen Trust Me has had a couple of these times where they've used the Meteor M early in these team fights, and I think you'd be much better off saving it to combo against something and getting rid of these key strategist ultimates, unless you see an incredibly free one. But it feels like Virtus Pro are totally fine getting away and kiting away from these ultimates and then going back in with their own.
Yeah, now there's so little danger provided to the Eternal Bond of Dreedro as well, can kind of use it as his leisure.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way back in. You also got to be looking at the Strangling Prison from Nevix. It's only going to be the Soul Resurgence as the defensive ultimate. Fate also has one as well, so it's about forcing out these strategies ultimates, and then the Vanguard ultimates coming in up the back end. A flanking Strangling Prison! Actually, no, it wasn't. It was Nevix who flanked.
Yeah, Sestroid thought they could try and find an off angle. Nevix said absolutely not. Up goes the defensive ultimate here, trying to just obfuscate everybody from the eyes of Fincy. Eye of Agamotto ready to go, could be pushed away by an errant psionic force of fate, and so for now we're just going to play this a little bit more reserved. Druidro's fallen down, less healing available with one less strategist on the deck here. That's going to be Eye of Agamotto blasted back. Nice play here from Fate. I think it may have actually been unhappy for Trust Me, stunned off the back of that, an unexpected incoming flying strange. That's going to be a defensive ultimate. Levied here by Saipe. Nice burst from Rajaro, and now all Fi can do is flee. Gonna have to change their name at the tail end of this. It should be LG bringing it all the way to the goal. Rocket Raccoon is going to be able to stall it out for but a moment. The furry body on the line is not enough. That's a completion.
That was a lot of commitments as well for Virtus Pro on the defensive side. They used both their strategist ultimates. They also used the Kraken Impact that got no value whatsoever, and it really felt like Virtus Pro sunk a lot into that team fight and didn't get much out of it off the back end. You're still going to have the Eye of Agamotto relatively soon from Rajaro, also going to have the Goddess of Death, and with no strategist ultimates, it's really going to be up to Fincy to be able to negate some of that damage. But if the Vanguard isn't in the team fight, that means it's a 6v5.
6v5. You can't afford that when going up against teams of this caliber. Fi getting some excellent explosion damage there to continue building up towards that ultimate. Destroyed doesn't have a chance to use the Goddess of Death, and this is probably just going to be calling it here for LG. They already believe that this ship is sunk, and they'd be right.
Yeah, I feel like that's just one of the things that happens kind of when you're playing Virtus Pro and playing against a team that is this good. There's just those moments where Hella will find headshots like that, and that's going to give some time for Virtus Pro to get back towards these very key ultimates that they're going to need in this next fight. And again, I'm going to be looking at Trust Me with the Meteor M. It's going to have it in this next fight. Realistically, is it going to be used to deal with one of those strategists?
Or is it going to be an overly aggressive use once again? Made vulnerable by the Dark Sheet of Cloak. It's going to be unavailable for a second now. Trust Me, already falling low. As they go deep, that's a huge pull coming through. There's an opportunity here to use the Kraken Impact if you're feeling particularly spicy. And Sparker is levying the spice against LG. Seems like a good dodge there. Druidro becomes immune to CC by popping the Eternal Bond. It's a great response, and it means Naga can't grab too much off the back of this. Trust Me wasn't available to try and shut down the Eternal Bond. Finally is going to put it down on top of Druidro, getting rid of all of those healing zones. But unfortunately, at this point, it feels like LG have ran out of steam. Fire is just floating above the cart. The other Goddess of Death can't contest this. Level 1 Crook's going to be held at arm's length by Fincy and executed by the expulsion of Dark Magic. It's a respectable offense, but it's no completion.
Yeah, and with how, Luminosity Gaming blitzed through those first couple of points, I thought that it was going to be available for them to even complete this map, but it was a great defensive hold from Virtus Pro after they had to make some adjustments on their team. I think bringing in, Sci-Fi on this Invisible Woman, the pushes and the force physics were really, really valuable a lot of the time. And again, I think one of the things that I was really just wasn't my favorite, I'll say, is that the fact that there were those couple of times where Trust Me was using those Meteor M's aggressively, because you saw how good they were in moments when you were in those chaotic team fights and you can get rid of the strategist. It did help them a lot, so I hope that that's something that they're going to change in this next round, because Virtus Pro is a team that, you can't give any inches to, because they will just take a macro advantage.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, not huge mistake makers. Nevix is going to be leading the way when it comes to damage right now. 12.2k, which is substantial. It's trading blows with Trust Me, but for now, I'm really honed in on this duel between Destroyed and Fire, because it seems like Destroyed is playing a lot more backline kind of Raider style Hela alongside level 1 Croak.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for Fi has to play a little bit more with the clump, I think, at this point, because you can't, it's not really a duel on the side lane, right? Because you basically have Crook who's there to pocket the enemy Hela in that scenario, so Fi has to play a little bit more back, and it's not necessarily the same amount of value as you get when you do take those off angles as Hela, which you really want to be doing, but you kind of have to give it up just because of the fact that there is going to be that Mantis on the other side.
Potential for a resurrection here. Saipe actually picking up the Rocket Raccoon. A lot of spread out healing. And of course, giving over that ammo dispenser to the Winter Soldier could be critical for allowing Sparker to start bursting through some of these Vanguards. You can see once again, that two-man team on the off angle will be able to outspam Fi. Taking a 1 versus 2 here. It's brave to do, but you can see Nevik slowly starting to erode that space and that angle as well. The remainder of Virtus Pro are going to start taking it away. And LG have already given away a huge amount of space here. They're just trying to trade space for time. Destroy desperately needs it and delivers on the deal. That's the greatest trade deal in the history of trade deals. But trust me, falling down is nowhere near as good because there's no resurrection. The BRB has brought players back into the fight, and now Fi's got a massive angle.
And I really love the decision-making here of putting Sci-Fi on this Rocket Raccoon, because if it's going to be Sestroid and Level 1 Crook being a kind of duo on the side lane, flanking all the time, that puts a ton of pressure onto Fate to be able to heal the entirety of the team. And yes, you know, Invisible Woman does have a lot of healing output. It's never going to be enough, especially with that infinite ammo combination, like you mentioned. Like, it's just too much pressure, and I like this decision-making coming in from Virtus Pro to really counteract what Luminosity Gaming wants to do.
Rajara being one of the last to fall as well is kind of critical, because it means that there's no ability to set up that portal in good time for the remainder of the team to come in and contest. Just one fight is all they get. In comes Vasia alongside the ammo dispenser. Spark is going to be throwing out a huge amount of damage here and building up towards that Kraken impact, which I believe he probably already has, so it doesn't matter too much. How it all was destroyed was outside of a defensive ultimate. A double dink from Fi. Naga going to try and turn it around in their own right now. I don't think they actually got anything off the back of that Kraken impact. Instead, just resetting for safety. Sparker. Oh, my push! This guy's nice push right there. Taking Rajaro away, saving the remainder of the team, but can't save Sparker at range as Level 1 Crook and Naga deliver headshots to find knockouts.
Oh, I mean, the respawns are here, so Fi is back in, and I think if you're Luminosity Gaming, you need to be a little bit worried not to overextend, especially because Fincy's going to have this Eye of Agamotto in their back pocket coming forward. A very expensive fight for Luminosity Gaming, but these walls are trying to keep them in right now. You're going to have to be looking out for Fincy. Where can this Eye of Agamotto end up going? Waiting patiently for the right moment to get in.
Yeah, it's going to be down to Fate to try and mitigate this. The same push again would be glorious. I think that may well have been a usage of a pull there to try and get Crook off the high ground. However, could just platform over the walls to do their best to hide themselves. LG going to be facing down up against a huge amount of ammo here. Rajaro is in significant danger. Pulled in as well. Goddess of Death coming through from the off angle. Destroy's going to have themselves a nice angle here. But popping the Sia is important to just get all the burst needed to get through that meaty health pool. And now LG have to give up space. The cart's going to start rolling through. And a drag in here of the Winter Soldier as well puts him in a very vulnerable position. Rajaro desperately needs help, but it feels like their positions have been eroded from the side of LG. They have to feed onto Cart. They're going to have to use the invisible boundary to make it happen. Just about getting inside is Trust Me. Meteor M ready to go. Drujo's going to be able to just trade out when it comes to these invisible boundaries as well. Finally, some value gains potentially off the back of this. That's going to be Drew's ultimate used. Grabs destroyed. Not too much more than this. Naga needs to find some value, but Fincy's already grabbed 2 in the midst of all this. Still holding on to the Eye of Agamotto and can do a cheeky portal to lock down these entryways.
Oh, just scouting as well with it, seeing what you can find at the back end as a nice pull comes through. Portal, though, trying to be here to contest for Luminosity Gaming, but they have no resources. It's just about trying to bleed anything they can out of Virtus Pro right now, but they're not going to get anything. Fi is going to end up going down, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Like, this should be a second point cap.
I don't know if Fate got the memo that they were not going through that portal, apparently. Just drops on through. Destroyed is likely going to be executed here. That's going to be the Kraken Impact getting yet another reset. I don't know if it's going to be particularly relevant in this case. Still, this is a lot of time for third when you don't have to go very far.
Yeah, and Vinci still holding on to this Eye of Agamotto as well, and no strategist ultimates on the other side, and it's going to be very difficult for them to get this fight. And even if this fight lasts very long, C is going to be available for Sci-Fi, so that's going to be a lot of incoming damage. And again, I'm just worried about the amount of pressure that's going to be given out because of the fact that the healing from Level 1 Crook just isn't going to be as substantial.
Not quite as much. Huge amounts of damage coming through. Eye of Agamotto grabs both Fate and Naga. Fincy with the coup de grace, the final blow, is able to just rout Luminosity Gaming. They can't get a touch on the point. And despite some issues on the defense, Luminosity Gaming have crumpled under the offensive power of the Bears.
And I mean, it feels like Virtus Pro, whenever they have these moments where they just look a little bit, a little bit like they're down in the dumps, they don't have the momentum, they just come back and make these adjustments that are so fantastic for them. Like bringing in the Rocket, I think was one of the best decisions there. Giving over infinite ammo to Sparker of all people, who is just going, as you saw at the very end, they're going to get so much value out of it. I think one of the biggest things as well is just the understanding of if there is going to be Fi, who is going to have to go on these side lane angles against Sestroid, who is comboed along with level 1 Crook, that means at the core, you have a 5v4, and that was something that Virtus Pro took a lot of advantage of throughout a lot of these team fights and why they were so effective on that offense.
Fantastic adjustments. Say that again. Fire, I think, definitely being brave enough to take those 1 versus 2s against Sestroid and level 1 Crook, and often coming out without losing their life in the process, has been a really big space maker for the remainder of Virtus Pro as well, because it just allows for so much more pressure to come out from the tank line of Virtus Pro. These Vanguards not taking damage from the Hela means that they can just erode so much space from Trust Me and Rajaro.
Yeah, and again, with the healing that you have from Mantis, it's like, I think one of our friends called it healing by mail, where it's a little bit slow, right? It's not like instant like you have with a lot of the other strategists. And if it's only going to Sestroid on the side, realistically, Fi, all he has to do is just not die and just put some pressure down. And then the rest of the 5 of Virtus Pro is going to be totally fine winning against the other 4.
Yeah, let's get a quick recap via the highlights. We'll see you with the second map of this series on the other side.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Luminosity Gaming are threatening Virtus Pro at least a little bit. Virtus Pro are a domineering force in Marvel Rivals as a whole. They dropped their first map since the open beta yesterday against Team PEPS and looking to try and clean up their series now here in the top of our Swiss bracket, Kenobi.
Yeah, and I wonder if that... I think we heard it a little bit in the interview where it's like, okay, once we got the loss, it's like, it's over. We don't have the pressure anymore of having that. But I wonder if it's like... the weights are off a little bit now and they can play with a little bit more freedom, and I think that's what happened. Or maybe they were just very angered and they're going to start dominating again and try to create a new streak during the rest of this Marvel Rivals Invitational. But we do have our next map here, leg day, and I'm interested again to see where we go with pick ban, because it felt like, even though it was a lot of what Luminosity Gaming wanted, you know, getting rid of a lot of those anti-dive heroes with the Luna and, you know, getting rid of the Loki as well, I wonder how they're going to operate, because it feels like Virtus Pro were really good at counteracting whatever Luminosity Gaming brought to the table. Besides that, like, one fight early on, it felt like it was very much in the hands of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, VP definitely feel like a team that are very difficult to ban against. I'm a big fan of Luminosity Gaming at least leaning into these strategist-focused bans, getting rid of Luna and Loki, and making sure that maybe there's a more even playing field with the lesser healing that Mantis does deliver, and maybe a touch more vulnerability towards those off angles. That's going to be a Loki ban coming up first once again. Unsurprising here from the side of LG. And this is also a loser picks map. Shin Shibuya does seem to be where LG are at their best. They love playing their many resurrections composition here with the Mantis and the Adam Warlock.
This could be a Luna Protect as well, I think. If it's, you know, if they want to play a little bit more of that brawly style. It's going to be the Hela, actually, for Phi. So throwing down the gauntlet again, bringing in that Hela. I mean, while Phi didn't necessarily get like a ton of value just like overall in like the elimination feed or anything, still just being able to kind of be a nuisance. There were a couple of those times where the picks came through. It wasn't like a lobby admin type thing, but I think they're totally fine putting Phi on comfort. And now it's going to be the Storm again, who is protected from Luminosity Gaming. And we'll see exactly what the ban is going. Now this is where I would expect a Luna ban as well, because it feels like they don't want to give any of those like super good strategists over when it comes to that brawl.
No more wait, but okay, interesting. I mean, Rajara was playing a lot of the Doctor Strange during the previous run. Are they gonna swap to maybe a Groot Magneto? I mean, it feels like Nevix loves playing Groot here no matter the cost. It's going to be Star-Lord who's taken away once again. And there is, trust me, picking up the Groot. Rajaro going to shift over to Magneto?
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be. But what I'm worried about, like, is that this feels like it's very good for Virtus Pro. overall because of the fact that they are going to be able to get this combination of Nevix and Fincy on the group mag, and they are probably one of the best group mag players and group mag combos that we have. And there's also going to be Sparker, who has pick of the litter, where it's like, okay, do you want the team up with the Rocket or do you want the team up with the Luna? Both of them very incredibly strong, and that you can change at any notice.
Like, it feels like Virtus Pro are kind of a team that doesn't care too much about the ban phase. I'm surprised we don't see more group bans going up against VP, given how much Nevix likes to leverage the group. But I feel like a lot of teams kind of have this internal understanding. Oh yeah, we can beat out the group fairly easily. Of course, in this case, Trust Me is going to be matching the group. But I think that leaving the Luna on the table was a little bit strange, considering that we're likely to see the Namor. Narg is also very good at the Namor, so maybe this is a little bit of a fake out, going for the Protect on the Storm and instead rolling out with the additional squids.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things is that there isn't going to be a team up from Virtus Pro. They are just going to be running a lot of these very premier picks without the team ups, and it's going to be the double support ultimate that's going to be here. And I think these strategist ultimates that we're going to be seeing from Sci-Fi and Drijo a little bit more valuable than the Soul Resurgence on the other side for level 1 Pro.
Rajaro using that jump pack from the Rocket Raccoon in spawn to be able to siege up onto that high ground. Meanwhile, Fincy doing it the old-fashioned way with the jump pad. It's just going to create an off-angle that's quite hard to heal. Rajaro might be in some real trouble here. Does need to somehow get LOS from Fate. I believe has been able to return to the team. And just a quick disengage coming through from Sparker. An exchange of poke. Feels not very deadly against Virtus Pro at the moment. Nice pull towards Rajaro, who'll just slow float away elsewhere using that magnetic levitation. You can see that Destroyed has finally been able to find a use for this space, getting onto the off angle with level 1 Crook. LG are exactly where they want to be.
But look, I mean, Virtus Pro are exactly where they want to be too. They're playing so well around the geometry, just trying to not allow value from that, from the Namor on the side angle, and it's working out so well. Forced already to give up some space, but keeping a foothold with these strategist ultimates.
Force physics to pull Destroyed off the high ground might be incredibly important here. Having to peek in. Nevix is going to build up towards Destroyed. Actually thinks better of it. It's going to be an investment of 2 strategist ultimates at once. Lads. LG have overlain their support ultimates here. Not sure what's happening on the point. Somehow Fi's just been completely frozen out of the battle. Finally has an idea where level 1 Crook is. Doesn't want to go too far into that. Tries to mug in onto Destroyed. And yeah, there's no other way to put it. Hard diffed. Fate now in trouble. Level 1 Crook going to be trying to siege from above. Finally gets it done. Trust Me domineering on the point, at least using all of these walls. There's no healing available for Nevix, and LG, even losing to Destroyed, are able to get the cap done.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro played as well as they probably could have around throughout all of that, but actually the layered support ultimates, it wasn't the best thing there, but realistically what they were trying to do was get Fate and get Naga to combo along with that Horn, with the Horn of Proteus and with the Fate of Both Worlds damage boost. It didn't get anything in the elimination feed, but the zoning was so impactful, which means Sparker wasn't able to find any of that healing from the rest of the team. Goes down very early in that fight, and actually just going to forego the Bucky entirely, bring over this Namor with the combination, bring in that extra squid as well, so matching mono a mono.
Matching that, I think that makes sense. I believe it's usually Fi who actually plays the Namor. Sparky usually, of course, picking up the Winter Soldier, but doesn't want that anymore. Climbing up onto the high ground, this off angle with the Namor, we've seen so many instances, Kenobi, in this tournament of Namor getting double kills onto the strategist in the back, grabbing those double knockouts just by doing like a 3 squid mugging.
Yeah, it's usually what happens, but this is going to be a little bit of a harder area to do that in, especially with how well Virtus Pro are positioned right now. And they're being aggressive. They want to just secure a lot of these kills. Strangling Prison forced out, or Horn of Proteus. It was in the middle, just a little bit. That was like an inch to the left leg day, and that's 3 KOs immediately.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just guesswork while everyone was invisible within the boundary of the Invisible Woman. Oh, that could have been such a brutal combo in a different circumstance.
Yeah, I mean, with the Inspire, it would have been able to do some stuff, but here comes the double strategist ultimates available for Luminosity Gaming. But look at what you have if you're Virtus Pro. 5 ultimates in your back pocket, and that's just to get out of spawn leg day.
Yeah, that is going to be quite the mountain to climb. Fate just going to use their Ice Arts to clap a bunch of heals through the team and give them some more staying power. It looks like there's actually going to be an attempted mugging here with the squid up towards the air. Vinci's going to be eating up a bunch of damage from that right on top of a strangling prison. It's only a celebratory delivery of Giganto that Sparky uses to grab the Groot and the vestiges of wood that remain.
The Wombos are comboing leg day, and that's how you see the difference between the macro sometimes with some of these teams and how good Virtus Pro are using that combination. You saw Naga wanted to really use it in that last fight with Trust Me, but it was just not enough. This one felt way more planned and precise, and that's why Virtus Pro are still making a great defense here. 2 minutes left for Luminosity Gaming. They still have a Fate of Both Worlds in their back pocket, but they're missing a Strategist ultimate that it's going to be on the side of Saife to be able to keep here, and this spam is just so difficult to chew through.
Yeah, it's brutal spam to try and deal with. Not well cooked at all. Wouldn't put that in a stir fry. Up comes an Ironwood wall just to create like a safety of commute here. Fi sees Destroyed approaching. It's Destroyed. Oh, messes up the bird as well. Oh no, the surprise was everything. And now both of those strategists well within the sight line of Fi, continually checking this off angle. Can hear the bare feet of the fishy man slapping away on the concrete.
Yeah, and level 1 Crook has actually gone over to the Invisible one, so there isn't that, you know, kind of little difference of having that Mantis with the Inspire anymore, as we're going to be seeing Fi actually does end up going down to Naga in the side lane.
That frozen squid, very good when it comes to helping out those doors, and this is going to open up a little bit of room for Destroyed to try and work with now. 4 ultimates on the deck for the side of LG, but even more if you happen to be called Virtus Pro right now. Nevix really wants Fate. He wants him so bad, trying to force out that ultimate, and on top of it, nice metallic bulwark. Saves Fate from falling to the direct damage of a Horn of Proteus. Beautifully handled. Trust me, isolated. VP's going to be able to grab him while the remainder of the team is just filtered away by Fincy with that Meteor Ram. An exchange of fire once again. Finally, Destroy manages to win out the duel. It doesn't look like Rajara got too much off the back of that Meteor Ram. There's going to be plenty of healing here, delivered, of course, readily by level 1 Crook. 2 Goddesses of Death ascends to the skies. That's going to be Destroyed, who now has an Overwatch here and able to just rain down so much damage. There's going to be space for LG to work with.
No, this is an enclosed area, though, and Naga's going to have a chance to get a great Horn of Proteus here, and I don't know if there's going to be an availability on the other side. Sparker actually already forced out of his defensive, taken down incredibly low, as it looks like Luminosity Gaming are going to try and push the pace.
The combo could be everything. Saife does not have a means to counter it out right now. The strangling prison. They need to get the Horn of Proteus on top of it. The wall blocked out the LOS. Where was Naga? It comes in finally, but I don't know if it's delivered enough. Yeah, there's some stuns coming through, but the damage isn't there. The final hits can't be delivered. Fi ganged up on by Rajara and Destroyed in concert. There's going to be a last-ditch attempt to try and keep this contested now. Out comes the Fate of Both Worlds. That's going to be a Horn of Proteus right on top, and it's enough damage to take out Fate in the midst of the ultimate. The healing not enough for Luna. Snow Sparker just has too much burst. Up comes the Invisible Barrier, this time from level 1 Crook. In the midst of all of this, Fincy's going to be hunting for that Invisible Woman. Do they dare reveal themselves amongst all of this chaos? Rajaro could not get anything off the Meteor M, and Fi standing up the top right now. The Goddess of Death rains down so much damage upon the dregs of Luminosity Gaming. No one can touch with Crook being force physicked away, and at the end of point 2, that's going to be a hold.
And like that, it's just a difference in ultimate combinations there. Like, it was a fantastic Strangling Prison from Luminosity Gaming, and for some reason, though, the Horn of Proteus just wasn't there. It wasn't there in time, and then Virtus Pro hit the perfect combination where they're able to, I mean, the Horn of Proteus didn't end up getting the KO, but it was just the incoming damage with the damage boost and with the squids that ended up taking Fate out of the Fate of Both Worlds, and I think really that difference is the ultimate usage. Virtus Pro looks so crisp and clean with their combos, and Luminosity Gaming just not playing to theirs.
Yeah, just having a win condition, and there's no other way to put it, kind of fumbling it. That could have been the nail in the coffin for second point, but instead, not being able to pick up those KOs meant that Nevix could come back, get the recontest, and then stall out that point for the rest of Virtus Pro to start leveraging that ultimate economy.
See kind of the stats a little bit right here. It's kind of been it's weird that there is going to be as many final blows for this Luminosity Gaming side, because I feel like they really had the tempo at the start of this one, but it feels like as soon as we saw that switch back over from Sparker over to the Namor, offering a little bit of that potential to continue to match that spam, it felt like it was a completely different game. And again, that combination of the ultimates between the Horn of Proteus and between the Strangling Prison really being that difference maker.
Difference is made again and again. Rajaro just slowly tickles away all of these little nooks and crannies where you could find a lurking Hela. Oh, nice pull. Rajaro's just going to have to go back up via the jump pad. Not a huge malady, to be honest.
Ooh. Oh my god. Well, you know what? Sometimes it just be like that. Okay, you know what?
What?
Yeah,
okay.
Rajaro just looked over to the places where his teammates were. He's like, where'd everyone go? And it's just Fi taking them off. Goodbye. That's VP taking first point. As cool as you like, leg day of an easy stroll for Fi in the park.
Thick thighs end lives, apparently. And thighs looking real thick today. He's destroyed only 90% ult charge. Just got removed from that so quickly. There was this kind of subterfuge that was happening as part of the map collapse to open up that angle for Fi, which is usually covered.
The other thing as well is, again, it's because of the fact that there was a Mantis, and the Mantis heals do not come out in bursts. They come out very slowly. If that was something like a Sue Storm or like the Invisible Woman, you would have had a shield. You would have been able to keep the team up. But they really just like this Mantis. But now, knowing that you just can't let Fi be able to do what he's doing right now, like going on the flank, waiting patiently, looking for someone. Sparker's there too. Uh-oh, this could be bad.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of sound, at least. Oh, it's destroyed, doubled up upon. Oh, there's just never a fair fight. VP are so good at just cheating in duels, you know? Fairness not on the agenda. They just want to win. Nevik's going to start brawling up here against the opposing group. Trust me, he's turned into firewood. And now Fate is going to be ran out. Oh, what are we doing? What is this?
We're desperate. We're desperate.
Punch it out with a Fate of both worlds. Yeah, it's just desperation. At this point, I don't think they have the damage to really convert upon this. The Horn of Proteus is right on top of level 1, Crook. Oh, no. Well, at least it means they can't invest another strategist ultimate here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that means. But now it means you also... And Naga used Horn of Proteus himself, and it's not going to get any value. I mean, they tried to get the combination going, but you saw how effective and how aggressive and how decisive Virtus Pro are being with their ultimates. And it feels like Luminosity Gaming, they're always just scrambling to try and make a decision, and it's not usually the good one.
Five's just him. Oh, wants to go even deeper into the backline. Given how much space there is for the cart to move here, Fire's daring the enemy team to come over and try and remove him from this angle. Meteor M used here by Finzi. Eats up potentially the Strangling Prison. No, just out of time. Trust me, was able to deliver that one onto a backline. But there isn't really the burst available. Finzi just holds up that metallic curtain and blocks out the incoming Meteor M. Already low on HP. You can see that everyone is critical right now. Fate, I believe, is stuck in place. Up to the sky goes the Goddess of Death from Destroyed, but that means that there's no capacity for them to do any contesting right now. Yeah, they can throw in damage, but they can't throw anything more than that. A dominant performance on LG's favorite map from Virtus Pro.
And Virtus Pro, I mean, maybe Team PEPS are wiping their brow a little bit because potentially they've awoken a sleeping beast trying to get another 6 months of not losing a map. And if they play it like they've been playing today, they might not. They might not. They played fantastic today. Pick ban was perfect. Ultimate combos were perfect. Macro was perfect. Decision making and switching and adapting throughout the series was perfect. Just well played from Virtus Pro, who are, I think today, showed why they were so heavily favored in those power rankings going forward with this tournament.
I'm going to zoom in on a stat here. Damage taken by Fi, 3.7, by the way, when going up against that kind of Mantis and Hela duo. Bro is not taking fights until he has the advantage, the reinforcements, or the distraction that's needed. And it's all about taking those tactical peaks. And you can see with the most deaths of 5 here, was getting hunted fairly considerably by Destroyed and level 1 Crook. But I love how they were just able to modulate their approaches to really gain value out of those dangerous peaks.
Yeah, and just the coordination from Virtus Pro was so good because on that one flank that we got to see a little bit, it was Fi who went on the flank initially, forced out the bubble from Naga, who had to, be in the defensive. And then while that bubble's going out, Sparker just goes in, instantly throws that spear directly onto Cestroid, and there's no one to help. And it's an insta-kill, and then they just, cycle. They have an advantage in the 2v1 with the duelists, and then it's just a house of cards just continuously falling. Like, the flow chart that Virtus.pro plays with is so effective, and I'm just really... We're seeing some very good Marvel rivals being played by this team.
Yeah, Virtus.pro, I'd say they're back, but I don't think they ever really left. As expected, they are going to be walking away from our Swiss 3-0 as our top seed going into the bracket. We'll have an interview for you very soon with Fincy. I think brother has just arrived in the call to tell us how that game went.
Hello.
Hey, bud. Nice to see you. Congratulations on another win. We saw
Thank
you
you.
play a little bit more Magneto today. What was it like flexing over to the Mag?
I mean, I think Magneto is even better than Strange at the moment, so I was fine with the Strange ban I did. I prefer the Magneto anyways.
So walk me through a little bit about the ban phase, because we saw kind of the same thing, and it felt like you were really honing in on this dive composition that Luminosity Gaming wanted to run. And were you thinking that, once if they play like more to our standards with like the Groot and the Magneto, we'll have just such an advantage, and we trust our play in that composition a little bit better than if we were going up against, say, that dive comp?
Yeah, it's exactly that. Like, dive comp is really chaotic and things can go not as expected. So if we know we're like playing similar to them, then we know we can just beat them outright like that. Yeah.
I want to ask about Meteor M's use case at the moment, because it seemed like you and Trust Me had very different ideas of when to use Meteor M in the fight. Trust Me was often using it almost as an engagement tool. I think that you generally tended to be like a second phase ultimate in the fight. What's your personal philosophy for using the Magneto? What are you trying to achieve with it?
I think of it more of a defensive ult. So I either use it for maybe a Hello ult, or if they're Luna transing, then I use it to like just kind of waste half of their trance. They can shoot or anything, and then I can maybe get a pick on a healer or something. So yeah, I prefer to use it very defensively rather than start with it or something like that.
So I have a question, because it feels like there's not really a way to ban your team. It feels like you guys are all just good on a lot of various different things. We saw a lot of mid-map adaptations from you guys, going over to Rocket a little bit sometimes. We saw Sparker comboing with that. Is there someone who's kind of making those calls, or is it by collective committee to make those mid-map adaptations when it comes to hero selection?
I think people just feel it themselves. Like, if their hero is not working, then they swap on something they think is going to work. And we're all really smart, so it usually works out. We've practiced a lot in scrims, like we've banned every hero basically and played every comp, so we know what's good in each scenario. So that's how we do it, yeah.
We've got a massive $100,000 prize pool for our Invitational here, and Virtus.pro are currently the favorites to walk away with the lion's share of it. For you, Fincy, personal question, is there anything you really want to buy if you walk away with a nice chunk of prize money?
I mean, maybe a new monitor. I'm still using kind of an old monitor, or maybe upgrading my PC. But otherwise, I'm just going to save it, I think. Something boring.
Okay. Well, before we let you go, we have to let you go, celebrate your win. Is there anything you want to say to the fans of Virtus.pro, any fans of you yourself, anything you want to say just to the audience in general?
Yeah, just thank you for the support. We really appreciate it. And thank you to Virtus.pro for trusting us and picking us up. And yeah, let's hope we can bring the win home.
Yeah, plenty of orgs getting involved right now, and it feels like Virtus.pro are getting some excellent return on investment. Thank you so much for joining us, Fincy. Congratulations once again on the flawless Swiss stage here.
Thank you.
That was Fincy from Virtus.pro, who are walking away 3-0, our Swiss stage champions, as we head into a second weekend next week, by the way. If you watched the previous Marvel Rivals Invitationals, the format has changed going into EMEA and I believe North America as well. We're doing 2 weekends with a Swiss stage and a bracket next weekend as well, where teams are going to start getting eliminated, and we will find out who is the #1. To give you a quick recap, though, of just why we think Virtus.pro are the favorites, check out these highlights. I'll have to watch those highlights, Kenobi. So many good ones coming through from Virtus.pro, and even LG had their moments, especially on Idrisil Path. Their offense was definitely nothing to shake a stick at, and maybe getting past those first map nerves was incredibly important heading in to our second weekend. Of course, all of our teams are going to have a lot of time to start tightening up their play, which is going to be incredibly important, especially for those teams that are a little bit more newly constructed, like LG. Virtus.pro have been together forever, but the remainder of the teams are a little bit more freshly constructed.
I'm also looking forward to getting into some best of fives because we've been best of three so far, and when we get to that double elimination bracket, things really start to matter in terms of those stakes. So I'm really looking forward to the next weekend. It feels like, you know, we did have Virtus.pro have that little blip against Team PEPS, but they do seem far and away the best team that we have right now in EMEA. But that, you know, fighting for that second team is going to be very interesting to me because we've seen Luminosity be very good, but here, you know, kind of got run over. Fnatic starting to play fantastically well over these last 2 days, and then you've got OG, who's also kind of maneuvering around in that spot. So I think it's really interesting to see who's going to be that team that comes up to challenge the Goliath that is Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and with one map dropped by Virtus.pro, potentially like an Achilles heel could have been found and researched. I imagine that every single team is going to watch that VOD multiple times to try and pinpoint where the weaknesses were. It did seem like Wolverine was a great answer to Nevix. It was just fantastic on group, but like the second that you unleash that Wolverine, you've got to deal with either Sparker or Phi on it as well, which can be a real issue because a lot of our teams love playing the Groot, and it could be mutually assured destruction. Like, what's Teemo or Black's gonna do if it's a Groot farming fest?
I think the other thing about it is going to be interesting is that we have another week between now and between when we start again. Is the meta going to solidify anymore? Is there going to be some things that crop up a little bit that are counter picks? Teams are going to have a lot more time to scrim, find out, research what they want to do. Is there going to be a little bit of differentiation between some of what we've seen this week and some of what we see next week when these teams start playing each other? And so that would be also interesting to me because I think now what we saw in these like best of threes is like ban phase wasn't really that long. It was kind of standard for a lot of the time, but when we get to those like best of threes, best of sevens, when we get to grand finals, that's really where, you know, pick ban starts to matter a whole lot, and those like little niche picks can really start to be impactful.
Yeah, the more time you have to kind of download information on your opponent, the more effective and targeted your bans can be. When you've only got 2 maps sometimes of a 2-0 of a best of 3, sometimes you don't get everything you need to get proper adaptation in. I feel like Luminosity Gaming, they're probably going to be scrubbing up on their hero pools a little bit. I don't know if we're going to continue to see the Mantis that we saw really a lot of value from over in Asia. But it does seem to be their style. Everyone Crook loves the flank. We had a quick interview with him yesterday. He does believe in the value of the Mantis, and whether it's something they need to do with their ban phase to try and make Mantis even more prevalent. We saw that attempt to manufacture that through banning both the Luna and the Loki previously, or if it's a different kind of approach, maybe being matched up with a different duelist, maybe even the Black Widow who can one-tap with the damage boost. We could see any manner of crazy compositions come out the deeper we get into this.
I think Venom is also the thing that I'm going to be interested in looking at because Venom is very strong. We saw like how strong Luminosity Gaming made it look, and it's actually being banned most of the time against Trust Me because of how good it is, and I think that that's something that going forward we'll have to look at. I think if you're like the teams that were really successful, like I would imagine Virtus.pro is going to be playing a lot more of their double shield, you know, the Magneto, Groot. We heard from Fincy he doesn't like Strange as much right now because of how strong Magneto seems to feel like, but I think that just overall Venom will be some of the things that will be one of the heroes that I think is going to be incredibly impactful in pick ban, because I think letting that through lets you get that opportunity to play more of that dive composition, which is maybe not as known as this Groot Magneto stuff that we've been seeing so far.
Yeah, I imagine if I'm Virtus.pro, I'm probably going to spend my scrims next week, like tightening up the screws on the Venom composition. Here's a quick look at how our Swiss stage worked out. We should have a bracket ready for you in short order. A lot of 2-0s today. It was a fast day, Kenobi.
Yeah, pretty quick, and it was interesting that this was the day that we got all the 2-0s, because it felt like this would be the time where all the teams would be a little close together. But I think really what made everything different was Luminosity Gaming beating Fnatic on day 1, because that kind of changed everything. But we do have the bracket, and leg day. I'm looking at that upper bracket, and I am salivating that we get VP versus OG. That seems like a matchup that is going to be incredible to start things off.
Yeah, that's going to be an excellent matchup. We're going to see a rematch as well between LG and Fnatic. Previously, LG managed to reverse sweep Fnatic 2-1. However, there might have been some surprise on the table there. LG, they might be betrayed by the VODs, to be honest. Having this unique style, it does make them a little bit harder to scrim for, because you're looking for someone who kind of can match that in terms of your practice, but also it means that research on you can be incredibly targeted.
Also, PEPS versus Dusty rematch in that lower bracket side. Very interesting, because it could have been a completely different series. I know you were casting that one. If Hardest doesn't get those resets on Spider Island with the Kraken Impact, that series might look completely different. So we'll see. Dusty definitely wants that revenge and trying to get through in that lower side. And that bracket just looks phenomenal leg day. I cannot wait for next week.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute treat to watch. I believe we're going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 days worth of broadcast. Of course, it is a double elimination bracket as well. And one other thing we need to consider is how the new costumes are available in Marvel Rivals. The Punk Revolution has began. So unleash the chaos with Hulk's Punk Rage and Magic's Punk Child costumes. Whether you're smashing through the battlefield or bending reality to your will, these punk-inspired looks will make you stand out. Available from February 27th at 6 p.m. PST. Join the rebellion. Fight loud and fight boldly.
The skins are so nice too. I really like them. I don't have the hands to play Magic. I told Moxie this, but if I did, that would be the skin I always use. If I was able to, like, you know, maneuver that hero and pilot it as well as some other people I know, that would be. I just would never take that skin off.
Yeah, I want to see healers piloting the Punk Magic. I'm personally going to be picking up the Hulk one, as I'm a bit of a Vanguard player myself. I like smacking people around on the Hulk. But I believe that's going to be all that we have for you guys this weekend. Thank you so much for watching the Marvel Rivals Invitational, joining myself, Kenobi, Moxie, and Ryan Central, and all of our super talented players. We hope you've enjoyed a glimpse into Marvel Rivals esports. There's so much more to come, so make sure that you're following over here, and we will see you next weekend.